The reason is because I'm technologically
Oh, you got everything.
Okay. Apologies for slight delay, and I hear an echo. Hoping that,
As long as you hear it also.
hopefully we can, I don't hear it now. Oh, it's you. Okay, great. All right, I'll call us to order. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. All right. First are matters from the public not on the agenda or on the, or if you want to comment on something on the consent agenda. The two consent agenda items are meeting minutes from this past April and a COA for 218 West Market Street demolition. It's a previously approved COA which has expired. Are there any comments or matters from the public on those two items or something that's not on our agenda? Ms. Keller?
If I just, as always, clarify that a vote to approve the consent agenda is a vote to approve the recommended motion for approval for the demolition of 218 West Market Street. So that would be the motion to approve, including the 3 conditions that staff has offered.
Oh, thank you. And those are, the applicant will submit for the record documentation and photographs of the existing building, BAR approval of the COAs for this building's replacement, and an approved building permit for construction of that replacement. Ms. Keller.
Hello. Good evening. Genevieve Keller, 504 North First Street. I did not comment or oppose the demolition when it was considered the first time. But I think we're starting to have a lot more experience with demolition requests and things happening, particularly in this part of town. And as you know, I'm very concerned about this being part of the overall history of Vinegar Hill. So while I'm not opposing the demolition or new construction on that site, I would ask that you consider, as I asked about the Violet Crown building, to ask for more complete documentation of what is there now, and perhaps ask also for an archaeological consultation, because I think that has had some other uses, but way back, and so it may be that the site hasn't been that disturbed over the years. It may have been. I'm not an expert in that area, and I can't comment about it, but I think it would be worth a consideration, because as a community, we're very interested in the history of that site, and we might not have another opportunity for 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the VAR? Any thoughts on adding?
That's, yeah, if we added that condition, we'd have to take it off the consent
That's
agenda.
correct. Would anybody like to take it off the consent agenda for discussion?
I think it'd be a good idea.
Okay. We'll move 218 West Market demolition from the consent agenda. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda, which now is just the meeting minutes from April of this year.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain because I was not here last month, but the motion carries. All right. So our first, I guess, old business, or maybe deferred items, I don't know.
Deferred item, we don't have any old business, so you...
Well, it's this one.
Do
It's
we?
218 that's just gotten removed from the consent agenda. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The same thing.
so I think there's no real presentation on it other than the agenda, and I reminded everybody of the 3 contingencies of that demolition permit. I guess we'll open questions from the public.
can offer, I don't know, Ms. Keller, but in reviewing this has already been, reason that the demolition was on consent, it's already been approved twice, so, but in the staff report, there are images from the Sanborn maps, and Ms. Keller's correct, the parking lot area particularly was open. I mean, there was some series of dwellings along that side of the roads where Brown's Lock and Safe is. There were two, and then there was a third. So where the parking lot is now at this site, yeah, in fact, you can see there that where the arrow on the top right, that's the northeast corner of this parcel. So you see there's the dwelling on this, and then there's dwellings as you continue across to where Brown's Lock and Key is. We even know who lived in those houses. So, and you can see there that the site is relatively undisturbed, and then later when the A&P was built, that was the parking lot for it. So, to offer it some context.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, though, the Brown's Lock and Key property is not part of the demolition permit.
Sorry,
The Brown's Lock and Key property is not.
is not,
Not
correct.
any longer.
Correct.
But the
Well,
previous approvals did include that parcel, right?
So that was a separate application and a separate parcel, in a separate approval. So yeah, I thought they might be related at some point, but they are not. So yeah, this is singularly about where we call it the Artful Lodger site and the old AMP building. So from that top green arrow going west on Market Street, and Brown's Lock and Key would be to the right-hand side of that top green arrow. So no, not on this site.
All right, I guess comments from the public. We already had Ms. Keller commented on this, unless you'd like to add anything, or any other members of the public.
And can we add the request for an archaeological
Yeah, we're getting to
survey?
that. So questions from the BAR, comments from the BAR?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and add doing an archaeological survey of this property as part of the demolition permit.
So I think the suggestion was an archaeological, I had the word. You had the word.
I can give you
What was it again?
I
Sorry.
use the word
Consultation, that's the word.
I use the word
Thank you.
consultation because I know we don't have an archaeology component to our ordinance, but it seems that when you're approving something like a demolition, you probably
Yes.
have the purview to add conditions, and so
Yeah.
we don't know what there is there. There may be nothing of great interest, and it might be interesting, but it just seems like it'd be worth having a consultation.
Yes. And I think the trick here is a consultation and an archaeological survey are kind of two different things. One implies like actually shovels in the ground.
Right.
And that potentially incurs cost on the applicant that I don't know if we're necessarily allowed to force them to do that. I could be wrong.
I'd like to hear staff.
So I would recommend you simply add that to complete a Phase 1 archaeological investigation of the site. And that is that initial analysis. It may involve test pits, it may not, but it is where the archaeologists do some of the due diligence on the historic background and determine if there are any, maybe there is or is not the possibility of artifacts. But, just to be clear, archaeology and investigation doesn't always lead to digging a hole. So,
Sure.
or at least modern archaeology does. But and in fact, this is the language that you all had used at Wurtland Street. It's the same language you had used for the courts complex, just the completion of a Phase 1 archaeological investigation of the site.
Very good. Mr. Rosenthal, do you accept that
I do.
language? Very good. And I guess the applicant for this demolition COA, the person is not here, but I feel like the owner is here. Do you want to comment on this at all?
Well, I'm not too familiar with what's been going on in the background, but, I'm not sure what a phase one archaeological survey is, to be honest with you. I've never done one before, so.
So mainly it's research, I think, in terms of looking at historic maps like this and doing deed research and whatnot to determine like what former structures and what history was on this site, and then that might potentially lead to
Yeah.
a recommendation for archaeology either ahead of construction and or at least monitoring during the demolition phase and like early phases of site work.
Yeah. We have done a lot of like environmental borings and stuff like that on the site. And obviously it's not archaeological studies of some sort, but I know we've dug up a lot of stuff on the site to kind of see what's underground and stuff. But yeah, that's the extent of what we've done, so. Okay.
Yeah, we do not require, we don't have an ordinance that would require, for example, if you found Stonehenge under there, we
Yeah.
could not require you under our code. So the phase one provides some additional information, some historic background. But it doesn't, the results would not, unless you all stated it in the COA, we could not compel them to continue. And I think it's a phase one on a site like this, a couple $1,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 range type of project, so.
It's at least a day's worth of
Yeah.
research
Yeah.
for the principal.
And we've done a phase one already on the site. I'm not sure.
That's an environmental.
Yeah,
It's
this
an
is the same
environmental,
as
okay,
archaeology.
yeah.
The pavement would have to be
Yeah.
DPR
Okay,
if there was enough research that indicated they would need to.
okay.
Just wanted to make you have an opportunity to comment on this because I think it sounds like we're wanting to add that to a condition for the demolition COA.
Okay.
And to be clear, also, you all can, by your motion, add a condition to the COA. An applicant can, if they feel a condition is unfair, unnecessary, while they get an approval, they can also appeal
Right.
a condition of approval. So you will have an opportunity, if in conversation you're like, nah,
Yes.
we don't want this, you have the right to do that within 10 working days of this meeting.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks. All right, so Jerry, I think.
I move that we approve the demolition request, COA, with the contingencies that have been put down there and a phase one archaeological investigation.
Could we read off the conditions that are in our staff report for the public, please?
Here, read it right from your cheat sheet if you have it. It might bury mine.
Okay. It says, applicant will submit for the record documentation and photographs of the existing building. 2, bar approval for the COA for this building's replacement, and an approved building permit for construction of that replacement, as well as the phase one.
Completion of a phase one in archaeological
Archaeological.
investigation.
Thank you. Completion.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second?
All right, we'll take a vote. Mr. Rosenthal,
Aye.
Ms. Taveney,
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Burrell,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, passes 7-0. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yay. Very good, thank you. All right. All right, we're moving on to new items. First is 759 Belmont Avenue. It's a chimney removal. Staff, would you like to give your report, please?
Yeah, and is Dan's here, Dan. Aren't you home to be a new dad, or? No. Obviously not, sorry. So this is a COA request for 759 Belmont Avenue. This is what was known as the Belmont Mansion. It is an individually protected property. It was constructed, at least the initial construction, around 1837, and there were some additions over time. The two-story brick building with, on either end when originally constructed, had chimneys in the each parapet on the east and west end. At some point, and we don't know when, the west chimney was removed and the parapet repaired, roof repaired, and the request tonight is to do the similar thing on the east chimney and parapet. And full disclosure, I know the applicants and have discussed this with them prior to their application, and that the understanding is that the masonry it's also within the house to reconstruct the chimney. They'd have to take it down further than just below the roof to then reconstruct it again. I have a similar situation in my house, so I know the problem. So when staff looked at this, obviously a strict interpretation of the guidelines would suggest not to remove a character-defining feature. I'm trying to approach it as we already have. One side has been removed and replaced. This side, the similar repair would be done. We have documentation of the chimney that's there. The applicant has expressed they'll want to store the bricks on site in case there is a restoration of the building at some point. So that threshold for me, is this a reversible change? And yes, it is. So in that regard, I generally would encourage you to approve this. And the applicant said provided some of the documentation that I had requested in the staff report, so it's not necessary to have that in the motion.
All right, would the applicant like to
Yeah,
speak to this project, please? Hey, Dan.
there's been a lot of communication about this that has been a little confusing my mother and godmother in this building. So I'm stepping in as the, son architect to help this through.
Gotcha.
But one thing that's in the staff report that I don't think is actually a true representation of the proposed repair is that the chimney on the left-hand side has a furnace vent coming through it that needs to be maintained.
Right.
So it can't be repaired to exactly match
Okay.
the other side. And I included a diagram of what we're proposing. It's we'll demolish it to just above the ridge line of the roof and put a metal cap with a vent coming through it and paint the cap to match the red of the rest of the roof. It even makes it easier to rebuild the chimney if was so desired. I think that's really all I have to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from the public? Anybody online? Is anybody checking? Okay. Questions from the BAR?
So, Jeff, when you guys wrote the staff report, or the suggested conditions, you were thinking they were going to take it all the way down? Was that?
And I may be incorrect, but I was assuming that it would be, I knew the furnace would still have the vent.
I guess I'm asking about so
I assumed
obviously
it
the
was.
coping is,
Yeah, to the coping.
that you mentioned, that already exists, so they're not adding new coping.
So where,
They're adding a metal cap on top.
if you scroll back up, Kate, to the west chimney, and I don't know what part of the image it's in. So my assumption is the parapet would be capped, similar.
But it already.
It is already
Is,
capped.
correct?
Right, so on the other side, where the chimney's already been demolished, that terracotta parapet cap that's on the left of the left image continues over the ridge.
That's what I meant.
On this side, what we're proposing to do is maybe leave 2 courses of the chimney above the
Okay,
ridge.
okay.
Yeah.
It's on
Okay.
If you keep scrolling down, there's a
page 37
diagram
of
that
the
shows it.
PDF.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Then
Go down,
keep
next
going,
one.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not-
next
Keep
one after
going,
that.
keep going.
There you go.
There you go.
I haven't seen it.
Gotcha.
And the chimney cannot be saved?
Well, not without demolishing the interior chimney to the base and rebuilding from down very far below in the building.
Why is it open on the top? Did you take a, just,
I think just maybe disrepair, deferred maintenance, we can say, yeah.
Just why it's open on the top?
yeah. Like, I was just wondering if demo has already been,
No.
I think that's just the way they built it.
well, but it's really open. Have you seen the pictures?
Yeah.
I wonder what's living in there.
That's, I'm used to seeing a chimney cap or some kind of a,
That's pretty typical.
And how long ago did the other chimney
1837.
come down?
We're actually not sure.
Any other questions from the VAR?
Do you have a structural report?
We have a report from a mason that has looked at it. It's actually on a slide, but probably hard to read from here. But
It was in our report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any comments from the public? All right. Any comments from the BAR?
I mean, our guidelines say not to remove chimneys, but I think that considering that it's going to be very obvious that the chimney, it's obvious there was a chimney and it could be easily put back later. I could overlook that guideline and support this.
Yeah, that's its saving grace for me. I actually don't understand the logic between why, as it's cut now, why you're saying it's structurally sound. If that foundation is structurally sound at the lower level, why can't they just build on top of it with, reusing the new bricks with new mortar? I don't quite understand the mason's logic. But I agree with Carl, since you're not affecting the cap or the ridge, it would be very easy to do this at some later point.
Yeah, my understanding in conversations were that there was sort of uncertain point at which they'd have to get to.
So why aren't they doing that?
Back.
I mean, if they cut it short, that issue still exists, right?
I think it's because currently if it falls on the house,
Yeah.
where if they cap it,
No, I think it needs to be repaired, but
but I think if they cut it down to the roof level, it doesn't have any place to fall onto. I guess if that,
it's falling towards the ridge.
right.
But repairing it would not be from the roof up. It's further down into the house. And I'm fine with, I know you were traveling and so not having a detail to refer to, that's why I said simply reflect what's on the west side, but this is absolutely fine.
I'll make a motion if no one else has any comments. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitations, I move to find the proposed chimney removal and subsequent repairs to the roof and parapet satisfy the BAR's criteria and guidelines and are compatible with this IPP, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following conditions. I'll strike the one about the parapet. Prior to removal, the east chimney will be photographed and documented, including a dimension sketch, such as the chimney can be reconstructed at a later date. Documentation will be submitted for the BAR archive. Jeff, I think you said that's already in here.
It's in there.
Yeah, so we've got that. Repairs to the remaining masonry will be completed using material, mortar, and methods appropriate for early 19th century masonry. The standing seam metal roof will be repaired so as to match the existing panelists, and joints will be crimped, including the ridge. And the BAR encourages the owner to store on-site bricks removed from the chimney such that they can be reused if the chimney is later reconstructed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
In discussion, was painting the cap in your application to match the roof? I know you said it out loud, but I guess if it,
On that slide that's up right now. Yeah,
painted to match roof, okay. Just want to make sure that was in there.
Yeah, that's a good stipulation.
All right. Let's, Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Ms. Taveney,
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Burrow,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right.
For our next one, I forgot to mention earlier, we did, last night, council did appoint a landscape architect to take Mr. Gastinger's seat. And Laura is at a business something
Jenny.
tonight.
Jenny.
Jenny, last name is Lauer, sorry.
Jenny Lauer has been appointed to the Board of
Yeah, that's right.
Architectural Review to fill the
Jenny,
landscape architect spot, and we are excited to have her join our board.
She said, and I met with her, yeah, it's really a delightful person. I'm looking forward to having her. Kate gets a free toaster for bringing the new BAR member in. All right, the next up is, this is a COA request for why I put it in order and then it's not in order. All right. This is a request for 540 Park Street. This is a house built in 1900. It is in the North Downtown ADC District, and it is designated contributing to the district by the city. It was constructed by William T. Vandergrift for the Maphis family. Originally it had wood siding and was covered with stucco. The house has come to you several times for various alterations to the rear, reconstruction of the pool house, and I think there's the shed at the street on the Ferris side. This request is to replace the windows in the building. The majority of them are double hung. In the basement, they do have casements, but the request is to replace the existing with predominantly casement windows that would simulate the two sash of the double hung. Almost all of the windows are single light. There's two attic casements that appear to have multi-panes in them. There's a window on the first floor on the front elevation that has and Kate and I aren't quite sure how to characterize it, an ornamental grille applied to the upper sash. There's three casement windows on the side of the first floor facing Farish that also have what appears to be an applied grille or a simple grille over the upper panes of the casement. But that has a different grille pattern. And then there's the window in the front of the house that the main window on the left-hand side, the north side, that it is a leaded glass sash. My best guess in talking to the builder, it may have come from inside, it may have been a transom, it may have come from somewhere else, but it's simply attached to the trim. It's hinged onto it. It doesn't serve any function, I think, other than being decorative, and clearly not where it was when the house was built, or it wasn't there when the house was built. So typically for windows, and we've discussed these a lot recently, I inform the applicant that the burden is on them to demonstrate that the windows are irreparable. I know there's some wiggle room in there. Then I typically will say, if at the very least, if windows need to be replaced, are there enough sash in good repair that units on the front, the primary elevation, can retain original material if at all possible. The request here is to replace all of the sash, and these will be frame inserts, so they'll fit tightly within the existing frame, so the exterior trim will not be changed. It'd be minimal change to the width, but they will be casements and not the double hung that you see now. I think I didn't know how to. I really didn't know how to advise on this one, but I we'll turn it over to the applicant, and you all can have this discussion.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for me?
Just to clarify on the leaded windows, the one that's on the stair landing, is that an original window?
The window, I mean, we think the frame was there, and probably even that sash, the wood sash, but
Right. But the upper sash
The
looks
upper-
like a leaded sash.
well, when you say leaded, I think of, like the
Page
individual piece of glasses
53.
in the, but that to us looks honestly like a piece of plexiglass with a grill attached on both sides.
Are the
Page
existing,
53 of the PDF.
Yeah, I
Yeah, you
sent the
got it.
photos at the end of the day. It's just, it's not telling you really, I don't know, we probably smudged our noses getting close and staring at it, but it is not, and that's the difficulty is, was there originally a decorative window there? Probably. Is that it? I don't know. I did note that the grill varies, so if we were going to use that window as
There you go.
an example, well, then you go around to the casement windows, it's different. I hesitate to use the piece that's installed outside of the front living room window, because I don't know where that came from.
No, that's very strange.
Yeah.
For sure. I was just curious about this particular
Yeah.
window.
It was difficult to determine.
Okay.
are the existing windows wood frame, single pane?
I'm sorry.
Are the existing windows wood frame, single pane, and the proposed new windows are?
I believe they're going to go with insulated glass, but they would be, instead of a double hung with one sash over the other,
Yes.
they would be in line. So the image, in
swivel
a
out.
kind of a two-dimensional view, would be the same, but they would operate as casement windows and not go up or down.
And are they also wood framed?
They are, I'm not,
I think he says aluminum clad.
Clad
it's
exterior.
yeah, it's clad, and it's
With window.
it would, where that existing frame is, you take the sash out, you take the stop bead and the parting bead out. So you've got the frame. These are manufactured to fit very tightly within them. So there's other products out there that you fit in there and then you've got a 2-inch gap all the way around. This it fits in there tight, so it reasonably approximates the width of the sash as you see it there. But no, so the trim that you see, the frame inside the trim would stay, but the sash would go and be replaced.
All right.
Can you go to the picture that shows the existing and then the proposed with the panel underneath? And can you talk to that a little bit? That is on page, well, it's page 58 of the PDF. But, yeah, go down one. There you go.
So this is where we've dealt with this a lot, where a space is being utilized as a kitchen. So we've advised people to not change the window opening. You could put in a different window, but keep it within the opening, and then put in a panel of some type so that it indicates that had been a larger opening. So that's pretty typical of what we've required in other projects.
All right, is the applicant here? And would you like to present?
Thank you very much. My name is Doug Croker with Ilex Construction. I'm here to represent the owner, Patrick Fenn, who has requested the windows be replaced. We're doing an extensive restoration of the building. I think this is purely motivated by, we're insulating the entire building. He would like to have insulated windows. He's replacing mechanical systems, doing a very extensive restoration. Our goal and advice to Patrick is that we don't want to change the exterior appearance in any way, with the exception of allocating that panel treatment in front of a countertop in the kitchen that would run and create a a well behind the countertop, which was the reason for that. He has requested that we use these manufactured windows. The existing openings are not every opening remains square. They're racked over the years. So the option of just doing sash replacements was difficult, to say the least. We did not want to influence the exterior of the building because of the existing stucco. It's a very textured, heavy, old-fashioned stucco that we didn't want to get into disturbing. And he's requesting that the windows be replaced. I agree, I'm not sure what the treatment on the kind of applied old sash on the front of the building is. It's literally hinged at the top of the frame. We have not requested to remove it, but it doesn't seem to make much sense. And I think the other issue were on the stair landing. One of the major things we're suggesting on that is that it be replaced again to look exactly the same, but we feel it should be tempered glass. It should be tempered glass per code, so that's because you can kick it as you're going down the steps. We're willing to make whatever, we're huge believers in the restoration process, so he wants an efficient window, and we're trying to honor that desire.
Great, thank you. All right, questions from the public? All right, questions from the BAR?
Just clarify something that staff said. You said you thought those leaded windows were plexiglass? I think that was the word you used.
Well, there were several conversations. Yeah.
I spoke with on site, and I mean, you can feel them, and there was actually some like chip in one of them, and I guess your super kind of was just like steel plastic, like they're like a.
It's been manipulated over the years. Somebody, it's really strange.
So do we think this was someone's like arts and crafts project in the 60s or something? Or?
If you could have seen what we ran into inside, the answer is yes.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
it's just really strange. We looked at, we've tried to discuss with the owner, restoration, et cetera. The big problem being, we're going to a lot of trouble to insulate the building. It's not insulated at all right now, the exterior walls. And these single pane windows are an issue with replacing mechanical systems, et cetera. And so we're not touching anything outside. There's no desire to change the look. Just want to put an efficient window in. And I'm certainly willing to maintain the kind of weird sashes. We're not, although they're really weird. So,
Yeah, it looks so normal from the street, and I never would have guessed.
yeah, I mean, it's on you literally, it's on a hinge that somebody just said, let's put it on. That window where it sits has been replaced before. That's not an original window.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, and if you look, I sent this afternoon some photos that we had taken that better show it, and they also show that triple casement on the south side.
They probably hinged it so they could keep the bottom sash operational.
I think it's hinged on the outside.
It's
of
on the
sash.
outside.
It's just some weird, somebody.
And it
hung
won't
that
even
there.
sit flat.
It doesn't.
It's
The
angled.
upper sash goes behind it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Well, it's a fixed window. There is
I was
no
going to
upper
say,
sash.
is it operational? Is it just a picture window?
Operational in that it
I
can
see.
swivel up and
So I
down,
think-
but
No, we're talking about the
That-
weird thing is
Yeah.
operational, but the window itself is fixed.
Yeah, the window behind it is
I
a
think to your
single
point that
sash.
it probably was a double sash at one point. They've made it a one
I
large
mean, it was
picture
probably
window.
a lot like the window on the second floor. It probably had a,
So my read of it, and we're standing there, it's possible this was a twin double hung like above it. but at some point in time, it became that single sash. The thing that's there looks almost like a transom panel that came from somewhere. And someone said, oh, this is decorative, let's put it there. In fact, I considered even, and maybe you all could consider, if they wanted to remove that, I wouldn't, I don't think there's anything historic about that.
It fits the opening perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is sort of unusual.
I mean, I'm wondering if like sometime
Yes and no.
in
It does, let's say it fits it now. I don't know what its width was.
I don't think it fit, I think it sits on the face frame, on the front. It's not, it won't go into the
Yeah.
sash area.
How
So
many
you don't think
windows total are you doing?
That's a good question. We were gonna replace all the windows in the building, so, I don't have a count that I can give you, but.
Are you done with questions, or do you have another question?
Go ahead.
I had a question on, and I'm not sure which number it is, but on the south elevation, the attic window in the pediment, there's like, I guess, a double casement up there that has a multi-pane divided light. But it looks like in your proposal that y'all would be replacing that with just a single pane. Is that the
We
intent?
altered that this afternoon.
Okay.
We would go back with the
To match.
button design.
Okay. I saw some emails. I didn't get a chance to dig into every one, so
No,
thank you.
we had to talk the owner into that. but
Thank you.
No, we would go back with, and I think we altered the shop drawings that were submitted.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question about your choice in casement windows versus double-hung windows.
I don't know. It's not my choice. The owner loves casement windows. My recommendation to him was to use double-hung windows, but he's asked for casement windows.
Okay.
He's agreed to the pattern, to the thickness of the rail, stiles and rails match. But he loves casement windows, so.
I see. The other question I had was about the shutters. I didn't see anything in your application about retaining the shutters.
We don't propose to we will retain, and our goal there would be to restore, retain, repaint.
Okay.
So we didn't want to remove shutters. We didn't want to change anything on the outside of the building. I mean, obviously, the windows are a change, but our proposal is to restore the shutters.
Thank you.
So our policy's been that if someone wants to add shutters or replace them, that they be wood, they be operable. We have been looking at composite material. So if you're going to, to reuse the hardware if you can, but to make them operable, even if you don't use them, don't bolt them to the side of the building.
No, we won't. We would never build any building without operable shutters.
And
We do different kind of work.
yeah. Now I have told people.
So,
Yeah, Doug and I have talked about a lot. It's great walking through a house with someone who's worked on houses like this. But for your question, my house, someone took the shutters off. I don't know when. We can't require someone put them back on. So we've tended to treat them as I would prefer if they stay on, but if someone removes them, it happens. But if they install them or reinstall them, then we would want to discuss that with them.
It does become a little weird when you have outswing casements and shutters.
That's what I was wondering.
Sort of not,
I agree.
not real.
Any other questions from the board? All right, any comments from the public? Everybody online? All right, and comments from the board? I'll go ahead. Personally, I think that, one, I don't think there's been enough of a survey to prove to us that the windows are in irreparable condition. So I would advocate for preserving and restoring the windows. And secondly, and maybe almost more importantly, I feel like casement windows here are very inappropriate. I think that even in the closed position, you might be able to kind of fake it, if you will, to make them look like the historic windows. But our purview is the exterior of the building, and the minute somebody opens the window, the exterior of the building is anachronistic to what it should look like with a casement window. So,
I agree. If I were to, but I would imagine that I can talk the owner into, I've already tried, but this
Right.
would help me to talk him into
Sure.
double hung windows,
I think that,
which I think would
right.
make sense.
And I think that if we'll see how this goes, but from my personal opinion, if that was the case and you come back to us, then we'd also want to see a really good survey showing the conditions of the existing windows to prove that they need replacement. So, that's my comments. Other comments?
I'll jump in. I agree wholeheartedly with what you say. I wouldn't support it. Also to add, number 2 of the pertinent design review guidelines, retain original windows whenever possible. I'll add also that I think just generally, windows are probably the most important defining feature in a historic house, and we're dealing with a house on one of our best streets. So I think there's a precedent, that we're setting a lot of precedents these days, and I want to just set this precedent of keeping an important element of a historic house.
Any other comments?
So I'll counter that. I would support replacing the windows. They're double hung, and a double hung window it's a functional unit. It's got a lifespan, and there's nothing, at least as far as the double hung windows are concerned, nothing special about them that makes them irreplaceable. I mean, they were mass produced at one point. I get a little hung up about special windows. So I'll skip whatever the faux leaded ones are for now, but I think the attic ones, you do need to put the divided lights back in. So I guess to me, it feels like if those are actually leaded windows, maybe they had been there at one point, and these windows that we're looking at currently were replaced sometime in the 20th century. I mean, obviously, the living room window was replaced at some point, and it still looks old today, I assume. It looks like the others, sort of, or does it? I
Sort
don't
of.
know.
It's not, there's nothing too special about it.
Right.
We've done plenty of projects where we just rebuild the windows. I mean, so I don't want to represent that, I mean, it's easy to rebuild windows. We do it all the time. So we stockpile old weights and chains so we can use the old weights, so. These are not that special, so, which is why I'm even not embarrassed to make the request. But, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, just forgetting again about the leaded windows, I do think you need to make them double hungs. I mean, our guidelines are, trying to find where we had that, but, yeah, so maintain do not use inappropriate materials or finishes that radically change the sash, depth of reveal, mutton configuration, reflective quality, blah, 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 blah. I mean, to me, I would assume that switching from a double hung, which has a pretty easy to see shadow line where the sashes break, to a casement, I feel like that would be inappropriate. So overall, I would be in support of this application, but with double hungs instead of casements. And then I just want to talk a little more about these special windows after that, if this has any chance of passing.
Okay.
I too would support it with the double hung as a replacement. I think the energy efficiency, what you're trying to do to the house is important, and getting efficient windows in. But I think as far as our look, we do need to go with the double hung.
I agree.
I'm curious if there's a way that we can, or if the applicant would even accept a condition of switching to a double hung without talking to the owner.
I'm not sure how that works. I'm certainly happy to get back to Jeff. I mean, I can discuss it with the owner. He's,
So there's before you keep going, are there any other comments? Anybody
I'd
else?
support the switch of the windows. It's hard to make people use inefficient windows. And did you look at historic storms at all?
I tried it. I showed him photographs of probably 100 projects I've done in Alexandria, downtown
Really
Baltimore,
thin. Yeah.
Manhattan, but I didn't get too far with that. So,
But I agree that I would only be on board if they were double hungs.
Okay.
I agree with that as well. Would support double hungs.
I wholeheartedly have no issue whatsoever going
Sure.
back to, I can't promise that he says okay, but
Yeah, I just think, I don't know if there's a mechanism for us to approve this with the condition that they do double hung windows.
They have to come,
I think you'd have to come back to us. So
Yeah.
there's a couple of different.
I feel like we've done this before. I mean, we put conditions on things all the time, right? If he doesn't like the condition,
yeah, I
It's
have
a- it's a
no
major-
issue.
Yeah.
it's a major change to what was
Yeah, I don't-
presented. I don't
yeah.
really think it's a minor condition.
Yeah.
I mean, I can,
So
it won't be, it won't be a change. I mean, I'm happy to submit new shop drawings and I'm happy to advocate for that. I agree with it, whatever's required to do so.
I mean, could they resubmit and we could put it on the consent agenda
So,
almost?
so a couple options, and I want to just make sure we have a couple boxes to check and that we don't miss any. But first and foremost, this is the first time you are seeing it, so as for any project on the first night you're reviewing it, the BAR can defer that to next month. You guys have, better way to say it is, when I receive an application on the deadline, I don't have to bring it that next meeting. I actually have until the following meeting. So you all can defer this to June, and the applicant wouldn't even have to consent. You could make that decision. The applicant can request a deferral, in which case they bring it back when they're ready. And of course, the applicant could ask that you all take action tonight, and then they can respond to that. I don't think I would advise that. I think it would be, to let Doug have a conversation with the owner is wiser. I would say if you went with double hungs, it's not necessary that we see shop drawings. We know what the product is, we're familiar with it, it meets our guidelines, and they would be double hung windows. So if the owner were here tonight and said, yeah, I'll make them double hung, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think it's more the consultation with them. I think there is, if you do have any questions about these, at least the two unusual windows, I would just offer, as I said in my email, I don't know what they are. We can assume they're original, but it could very well, again, I refer to my house where it's a whole lot of parts that came from other places, and it just happened to end up there in 1884. So we can assume, I think, talking to the folks at the site, the safest assumption they had was that the three casements were probably original and, looked like they hadn't been tinkered with much. Very suspect of the stair window and obviously the window on the front porch. But so my recommendation would be for you all to kind of quickly, I don't want to send Doug away and come back and you all say, well, yeah, we don't like this anyway. So I think if you have some affirmation of where you stand, that he can take that back, then I would urge you guys to defer it. Well, it really doesn't matter, but if he defers, it comes back when he wants, you defer,
Right.
it comes back in
Well,
June.
but the main thing for me is, it's a bit of a challenge. I've got a challenging owner, and I don't want to go, I feel like I want to make certain I'm acting in his best interest. In my opinion, his best interest is for me to give him the advice, again, with your support, that they should be double hung windows. and get him to agree to that. So, but I don't want to go to him and quote-unquote sell it, and then come back, and if there's any way that I know that then is going to be
So,
a good thing,
so we
I don't know
can't.
how, I've got the chicken and the egg here.
Sure, we can't necessarily give you 100% assurance because we have to vote on what's presented to us. It sounds like there's a general consensus that there would be support for this in the window replacement with a
Okay.
double hung system. I think that's the best we can say right now, because we're not voting, right? And so I think really the question is, well, unless you want us to vote, but. we're
No,
not
that's all I
gonna
can
vote.
ask, and I appreciate it. I'm
The other-
happy to go
so
back.
really the question is if you want us to defer this, and if so, that means you are required to come back next month, or if you'd like to request a deferral, and what that means is you can come back when you're ready.
Well, why don't I,
If I
seems to me it'd be better if I request a deferral.
Usually is.
But I'll be back next month. I mean, I'll turn this around in days, so. No,
I have a question for staff, I'm sorry. Are we at any point like reviewing colors of the windows? No.
No, and I, again, on that, because I review colors and people change things a lot, and I say you're fine as long as they stick within something. If it gets unusual, I'll bring it to you. Now, the other option is that you all set this aside for right now, continue with your agenda, and if Doug wants to have a conversation and come back this
Great.
evening.
I'll also bring up the comment I made at the very beginning, which is the very first guideline under the windows section, which is prior to any repair or replacement of windows, a survey of existing window conditions is recommended. Note number of windows, whether each window is original or replaced, the material type, hardware and finish, the condition of the frame, sash, sill, putty, and panes. So I think to argue for replacement, you need to kind of prove to us that they need to be replaced. I think that just people saying like they're old, they're inefficient, isn't really within our guidelines.
I don't
Except he's already
have a
got
comment
four votes
about
for
that.
Yeah.
We've already got enough people that would approve replacement without that.
I'd like to see it, whether the rest of the DAR wants to.
Because yeah, we always ask for that, but then we get a bunch of pictures of the windows and you still can't, because paint covers up everything that you can't really tell. I don't know that we need to change our guideline for that, but I also wonder how helpful that is to see. How many windows are in this house?
There's a lot.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about the the special windows before he comes back to us, just so we have or there's an idea of what you should do with them? Because I'm kind of on the fence of how this would work. It's weird what's currently there. I think it's going to be even weirder when you put a aluminum clad window behind one of these things. And then for like the stair window, when it becomes a double hung, there'll then be a hinged panel in front of that, which feels odd.
My main thing on the stair was I did feel strongly that particular spot should be tempered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it has to.
That was a
Right.
safety issue.
Yeah. So I'm not saying,
That was my only reason for,
I guess I wasn't saying preserve that stair window, but I'm kind of wondering about putting back the swinging,
The one
I
in
don't
front.
think it
whatever the thing is.
That's on the other
front?
that's the
Yeah.
front, I don't know, say living room window.
And is the intent, Doug, on that front gable end window on the first floor, to replace it as a fixed unit? Or would you try to put a double hung into that, or?
frankly, my request of the owner was that we leave that one. That in the gables that have those little unique. that we
No, I'm
just-
sorry, just the gable end, not the pediment,
Yeah.
the first floor window next to the porch, the one that's got the funny hanging transom. Like, what do you replace that with? Do you replace that with a big double hung, or do you replace that with a picture unit and keep the little hanging transom?
We were not changing, again, I think it might I think the whole window is weird.
It is
Better
weird,
fix it.
and it's not an easy solution, because
And
if you
so-
make that into a double hung, it's
It
gonna
would
be
be
an
better to,
oddball.
it had to have been, it had to have mimicked the upstairs. I mean, nobody would have done it any other way, and I would probably go back that way
Yeah,
with a pair,
I mean, that would be ideal, I think.
and it would look
I don't know if that's false
much better, and
historicism,
I'd
but.
take that thing off.
Yeah, it's represented as just a large picture window, a sash replacement for that.
But our goal was not to go changing anything, we didn't think we could change the exterior, so.
Kate, do you know when the historic photo was taken? But it looks like that sash is in that photo.
The photo from our survey probably dates to 1980.
Yeah, I didn't get an exact date, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this house has been messed with a lot. It's, since like the 70s, I think, so.
The whole porch is very, very different.
To address some of the question that Carl and James, you raised, so where, a similar question to when we talked about what should someone submit for a demolition request. When I talked to Doug, and he and I, the same conversation you all are having now, but it was clear that the owner's preference is to replace the windows. So there's sort of from that perspective, it wasn't really to show you that there's a problem with them or that they're in bad shape. It was simply, I wish to replace these in order to get something that achieves this. But I agree, Carl, I think the last time we actually went out, I mean, other than and Jody's still in the room, other than that old shack we went and poked ourselves around in. But the last time we really looked at some windows that were falling apart, we went out and, you put your finger through the paint. That's the situation here. So there's no, I mean, I won't, and I don't think anyone's trying to suggest that.
Fair enough. All right, so the applicants requested to defer this. Do I hear a motion to accept that deferral?
So moved.
Hear a second?
Second.
I'll get to work, thanks so
All in
much.
favor?
All right, thank you.
Hi.
Appreciate the advice,
Hang on, Doug,
Thank
let
you
me
very
just
much, Doug.
all your time.
be clear. We want the true divided lights in the attic units, that
Yeah.
was, and the panel on the side is an appropriate solution, it appears, and the preference for double hung in lieu of casements where there are currently double hungs. And
And
to
do we
possibly consider reconsider what's being done on that picture window on the front. I agree, it probably was what was above, but that's
So I guess what,
not
sorry.
a requirement, but that's a suggestion.
I'm sorry to keep rehashing this though, because these windows, the dining room, I don't know if it's the dining room, it has the 3 casements?
Yeah,
Those
I'd call it
didn't
the dining
show
room.
up in our staff report until they showed up in your email today. Or at least they were very hard to find in the staff report,
I
on
didn't
the
see them in
pictures
the
that were
staff
there.
report.
Those, are those also, you think that was like a weird arts and crafts project? Because you said, the applicant said that they were very, like, the windows at least, or the frames, or the sashes are original, is what you thought, correct?
I think so, yeah.
So-
It seemed like they were brought in from someplace else and added on,
think
maybe
so?
in the 60s.
I have an idea.
When you look at them, I mean, everything else is double hung.
Where, can somebody point to
You
this
wrote
picture?
it
It's not in
I
this.
don't have that in the packet.
If you're looking right, the picture on the left.
Yeah.
You see that triple window on the first floor? Those are the 3
Off
casements.
this one? Yes.
Correct. And there are 3 casements, and they're, each has a sash with an
On page
upper section and a
49.
larger bottom section, and the top has that grill in it.
Okay.
It's in one of the photos, it just
Yeah,
doesn't jump out.
49, you can zoom in and see the 3 windows
There we go. Thank you.
on the right.
I was also curious if that in addition.
I was wondering if that front window that's the picture window didn't used to be two double hungs,
We
because
think
it's
that-
the same width, right?
That's what I
Most
think,
likely.
I think it probably was.
I mean, I guess if you look at the photo from the 80s, that porch didn't extend over that far.
Right.
And I think there was a door, or no, not a door, there's, I don't know, there's something off to,
That,
something got reconfigured over there, so maybe that room is,
that was an addition.
I think so.
Now I recall from the Sanborns, that the porch used to continue back to the room that's projecting out here. And then there was, that became a solid wall on the later Sanborn map.
well, the 1980s photo shows the porch not even extending across the full facade.
Yeah.
Which night?
The one that you had from the landmark survey.
The survey, completely different porch.
It's just a little hip roof.
I mean, that triple, I mean, that's been added. I mean, the sill detail is different, the whole thing is different. So,
I think it would be good to come back with, we don't need shop drawings for everything, but I'd like to see the detail of what this window looks like, because the Marvin Ultimate actually has a really fat meeting rail. It's not as like light and elegant as these double hungs.
I got it.
Okay,
I get
good.
it.
And maybe you can
I mean,
finagle that with them, but
You're giving me good things to do here. This is good. So I'm happy.
Do we even have to say that we're looking at, for the ones that are double hung, especially in the front of the house? I don't care about the rest that much, but that we're looking at 1/1, that we're,
Yeah.
if the applicant came back and said, oh, I want, simulated divided lights. I think the beauty of this house is really the simplicity, like David said, the windows and the clean look, even the picture window that's immovable with that funny transom over the top. It really, it makes it really stately. The fact that there's not more fussiness within the windows, so. Just, in case the owner came back and said, I want whatever.
And on the
9/9.
in the gables, you want true divided lights.
I think basically try and put back or replace what you're taking away. So yeah, if it's, I think the upper attic ones, because they had the divided lights, I should probably put those back.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm with you, I'd encourage restoring those at least, but
Okay.
that's your fight.
Character defining is
Yeah.
what we call them.
yeah, you're not gonna lose a lot of
Okay.
heat through that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll mention that Doug owns a business that's located within the historic district, so we should recruit him for.
You'd be a great BAR member.
Ah,
I did, sorry.
good idea.
Thanks so much.
There might be one coming up, right?
Yep.
A position that Jeff would like to see replaced.
Well, I've walked to work, even in my prior job, and would walk by and say hello, good morning, and one day I just decided to talk to Doug, and all of a sudden I'm like, wow, this guy talks like I do, and finally he's a lacrosse guy from Baltimore, and it's like, oh, so it's always an enjoyable conversation, so, yeah. All right, Doug, see you.
All right, our next COA is for 1301 Wertland Street, demolition of a contributing structure.
And thank you all for your patience. I think that's a good result we're going to get on that one. All right, so this is, in some ways, I've been thinking the main event of the night. I've certainly been hearing a lot about it, but a COA request before you all for the demolition of a structure at 1301 Wertland Street. And I think, given the circumstances, if you all I appreciate your patience while I go through and cover what I need to here. So the Wertenbacher House, and we did determine Ben Ford in some of his research for the Phase 1 archaeological, which was done at the site a couple years ago, was able to determine from Chancery records that the house was built in 1843. So there had been some question about when, so we finally have a solid date on that. But this is the Wertenbacher house, and that's not, but leave that there. It's a 2-story, 3-bay brick house with a rear L. It was constructed by William Wertenbacher, who was the second librarian of the university. I found out he was hired in February of 1826 by Thomas Jefferson, who, Mr. Jefferson died in July, but I wasn't sure when they said he was hired in 1826 whether that was possible, but he was.
The first librarian didn't make it a year.
Didn't.
I think.
So-
For all intents and purposes, the first
He
librarian.
was there for 54 years.
Yeah, long time. And the house was, built in following sort of a Greek Revival, Federal style, but it was in the late 1800s. You see the addition of the porch and the ornate cornice, but the original house, is still intact there, but those changes reflect what was done in the late 1800s. The request came in I know that we had a prior COA request to construct a new building on that site. That project, I don't know the status of that, but it's not relevant here. The request now is for this demolition. And a lot of folks ask, well, should the BAR do this or that, and recommendations. So I want to be clear that per our code, per the Charlottesville City Code, Chapter 34, Division 5.2.7, et cetera, when you all are reviewing a demolition request, and per our code, a contributing structure within an ADC district, and this is within the Wurtland Street ADC district, the demolition of a contributing structure requires a COA, and whether that's a COA approved by BAR or by council on appeal, a COA is required. And then per code, the review that the BAR has, and I quote, is limited to the following factors. So as I explained to council when there was an appeal several weeks ago for 144 Chancellor Street, in asking why did the BAR do this or why didn't the BAR do that, my response is you all have a finite list to work from, and said it's in our code. So I will quickly refer to that. So the first criteria in there is, again, review is limited to the following factors in determining whether or not to permit the moving, removing, encapsulation, or demolition in whole or in part of contributing structure. The first question is the architectural, historical, cultural significance, if any, of the specific structure, property, including, without limitation, the first question, the age of the structure. We know that it was constructed in 1843. Next question, whether it has been designated on the Virginia Landmarks Register or the National Register of Historic Places. And yes, it is a contributing structure within the Wurtland Street Historic District, which is listed on the state and national register. And while your purview over this project is determined by a local ordinance, so it's not because of the National Register nomination or designation that you have purview. However, in your consideration of the demolition of a structure, I think it is appropriate, given that we use the Secretary of the Interior standards when evaluating changes. So the fact that it is on the state and national register is an important fact to consider. Additionally, I think it's worth noting that, and I mentioned this earlier, in 1974, the Charlottesville Landmarks Commission, in response to requests from council, identified the Wertenbacher House as one of the city's historically and architecturally significant structures. In 1984, the Wurtland Street Historic District was listed on the Virginia Landmarks Register, and in the following year, it was listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and for both 1301 Wurtland is identified as a contributing resource. And then in 1999, City Council formally established by ordinance the Wortland Street ADC District, and 1301 Wortland Street was designated contributing structure. The next question is whether and to what extent the building or structure is associated with an historic person, architect, craftsman, event. As I noted, the house was constructed in 1843 by William Wertenbacher, served as the second librarian at the University of Virginia, serving until 1880, and this was the residence for Mr. Wertenbacher and his family during that time. The next question is whether the building or structure or any of its features represent an infrequent or first or last remaining example within the city of a particular architectural style or feature. I wrote, within the city, the Wertenbacher House is one of approximately 20 extant buildings constructed prior to 1850. Maybe one or two, the numbers are a little odd in GIS, but yes, this is one of the few houses that built prior to 1850. Certainly, it's significant due to its association with the early university. Its association is the oldest structure within the Wortland Street Historic District. This is what I had mentioned earlier, when the state and national register districts were established, 25 primary structures were dating from 1843 to 1930 were identified as contributing, and of these, 23 still remain. So only 2 of those 25 primary structures have been raised. So this district is relatively intact. The next question is whether the building is of such old or distinctive design, texture, material that it could not be reproduced or could be reproduced only with great difficulty. I think you could argue that, but I would say that it could certainly be reproduced physically, but I think an accurate reproduction would require period materials and construction methods, so it wouldn't just be going to Lowe's and rebuilding it. Next question is the degree to which distinguishing characteristics, qualities, features, or materials remain. From best I can tell, and my number here, the house was constructed in 8,143 is inaccurate. It is 1843. We know it was remodeled in the late 19th century. We know it has had a lot of repairs to it. Some of those are documented by the work that was done in 1983, working with the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. Well, I say the 1980s. I'm not certain what exact year the work was done. But overall, the house remains in its current form, very close to what you would have seen, and you can see it in the old photographs in the 19th century. The next question is whether and to what extent a contributing structure is linked historically, aesthetically to other buildings within an existing applicable district. The National Register identifies, well, first off, Wortland Street is individually unique in its architecture, again, association with the university. It's additionally significant as part of what is described in the National Register nomination as a cohesive district of 19th century dwellings associated with the university. And then it's asked if the overall condition, structural integrity of the building has been evaluated by a professional engineer. The applicant did submit a structural report prepared by Dunbar, dated April 28, 2025. And the comments in that were that the building was, I don't have the exact word, but it was, they recommended some repairs were necessary. And whether and to what, next question, whether and what extent the applicant proposed says means, methods, or plans for moving, removing, demolishing the structure. Essentially, are they planning to save anything? And no, that my understanding is to raise the building entirely. And then furthermore, per code, you are asked to review any applicable provisions of the city's design guidelines. So those very quickly are very similar to what we just went through per the code. The additional question of, is there a public necessity of the proposed demolition? Not that I am aware of. And then it says the public purpose or interest in land or buildings to be protected. And the statement there is that the Wortland Street ADC District and was established by city code, adopted by the city of Charlottesville. So locally, its historic significance has been acknowledged. This is not the question before you. That is a fact. And the fact that it's listed in the state and national register certainly attests to that importance. I said the existing character, the setting of the structure, surroundings, as I mentioned, of the 25 primary structures listed is contributing. 23 still remain, this being one of them. And it says in your guidelines to consider whether or to evaluate whether or not relocation of structure would be practical or preferable alternative to demolition. I'm not qualified to comment on the practicality of moving this structure, but you could certainly raise that with the applicant. The next question is whether or not the proposed demolition would affect adversely or positively other historic buildings in the historic district. And the response to that is that this is, while unique and one of the oldest buildings there, a historic district is the sum of its parts. That's the intent of the historic district. And you can't just keep removing panels from the quilt and hope that the quilt will remain a quilt. And then the last question is whether or not a professional economic and structural feasibility study for rehabilitating or reusing the structure, and whether or not its findings support the proposed demolition. And as I noted, the April 28, 2025 report from Dunbar concluded the structure overall is considered adequate and recommended a list of repairs be considered. So that is my review of what's required of the BAR to consider, and in reviewing those, as I stated in the staff report, staff suggests the application, then implying that review criteria and the design guidelines, that staff recommends against approving the requested demolition COA to raise the structure at 1301 Wortland Street. Should you all deny the request, I recommend that the motion include specific reasons for the decision. You don't have to get into precision, but presumably if this is appealed to council, that advice is communicated to council in your motion. And should the BAR consider approval of the requested COA, staff recommends a condition requiring that prior to approval of a demolition permit, similar to what you did with 218 West Market, that the structure would be documented thoroughly with photographs, measured drawings, according to the Historical American Building Standards, with the documents submitted for the BAR archives. And then finally, per City Code, Chapter 34, Section 5.2.7E, within 10 business days of the date of this meeting, should you all make a decision tonight, that action can be appealed to City Council, and that action can be appealed by either the applicant or any aggrieved party that disagrees with the BAR's action. And because next Monday is a holiday, I determined, I think Wednesday, June 4 would be then the deadline of those 10 days to submit an appeal. Awful lot there. I appreciate your patience. Do you have any questions for me? All right.
No, sir. Thank you very much. All righty. First, we will start with, I guess, is the applicant here or online? We'll have questions from the public. Questions from the BAR? All right, comments from the public?
Genevieve Keller, 504 North First Street. I'm representing Preservation Piedmont tonight. Our Preservation Piedmont Board actually met on site on May 8th to reacquaint ourselves with Wortland Street and the Wharton Baker House and the environs. And we're very concerned, shocked actually, that anyone would seriously consider removing the Wharton Baker House from Wortland Street. Of this moment, the Wharton Baker House is Charlottesville's most significant endangered historic place. Its demolition would not only erase a piece of local history, but also disrupt a place tied to our communities and the University of Virginia's historic urban development. William Wharton Baker was among the early staff and faculty members to establish a neighborhood near but outside the boundaries of the academical village. Selected by Jefferson as UVA's librarian, Wharton Baker worked in the nearby rotunda and served in that capacity as librarian from 1826 to 1891, was at one time secretary of the university's Board of Visitors, and served the community as sheriff and postmaster. This is not, as Jeff said, this is not the first time that this house has been threatened. We have a file of clippings and letters and notes documenting the other times, but still, this house has endured. In the 1980s and 1990s, the City Council made decisions to support this house as part of our very important Wortland Street District. It designated the house locally as an individually protected property and denied developers approval to have it demolished. Instead of being demolished, the Wharton Baker House became one of the first local buildings to be approved for a federal tax credit rehabilitation, signifying both state and national acknowledgement of its architectural and historic significance to our community. And to provide, and instead of being demolished, to provide more housing and revenue, apartments were developed behind it. And in 2023, the BAR again approved new infill construction, this time immediately adjacent and east of the house. It has not been built. Apparently, this was not enough concession because they're back again to propose destroying it entirely. Certainly, instead of destruction, this most important place in our local history warrants another updated federal tax-reducing certified rehabilitation. And I wasn't aware when I wrote this that there was a structural study. As Jeff said, this is a rare surviving example of Charlottesville's early 19th century domestic brick architecture. Its two-story porches are unique architectural features, and the house spans our collective history as a residence established by one of the university's first students, its longtime librarian, the enforced workplace of at least 3 enslaved individuals, and later home to generations of students who have lived, studied, partied, and perhaps once played music with Bob Dylan during his Charlottesville residency. It has witnessed both desegregation and coeducation, been home to Confederates, Vietnam War protesters, musicians, frat boys, and it's seen the university transform from coats and ties to t-shirts, leggings, and running shoes. The house is our equivalent of what the National Park Service calls witness trees, remaining in existence during both the everyday and significant events of our history for almost 185 years. The Wortland Street District, although some of it definitely needs improved maintenance, remains remarkably intact and demonstrates how historic buildings can survive to coexist with more intense infill development. Please vote tonight to deny this application for demolition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jody?
Mr. Chair, we have one raised hand in our virtual attendees.
Okay, let's let the in-person go first, please. Go ahead, Jody.
I'm sorry, I missed the comment.
There's one person online that's going to comment, but you go ahead, you're here. Thank you for coming out, sir.
I like the improvements you made. Microphones. My name's Jody Lehendro. I live at 1335 Stonegate Court in Crozet. I am a preservation architect with my office here in Charlottesville. The staff report, well, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. I wish to go on record in opposition to the demolition request for this house. The staff report and Jeff's introduction did a great job in talking about and documenting the importance of William Wharton Baker and his role in creating the University of Virginia. Also, the report highlights the 1842 house and Wharton Baker's subdivision of property that created today's Victorian-era Wortland Street residential community. Compared to the shiny new apartment buildings, the Wharton Baker house and historic district are portrayed as shabby, worn-out artifacts that no longer serve a useful purpose. In actual fact, Dunbar's recent structural report found the house to be in sound condition, with minor repairs due to the current lack of maintenance. Only a lack of imagination keeps the historic house from being revitalized to serve much-needed modern uses. For over 50 years, since 1974, the city has identified the Wharton Baker House as one of its most historically and architecturally significant structures and has enforced its preservation along with the Wharton Street Historic District for 26 years. Now, after recent years of developers and the city eroding the historic district with large apartment complexes, a developer feels confident enough to seek destruction of the Wharton Baker House, the linchpin upon which the district hangs. In evaluating this request, I urge you, the BAR members, to consider what it would mean to destroy the Wharton Baker House with its memory of our community in the 19th century, and even more impactful, to replace it with a large transient housing complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. We've got one online.
Yes,
caller.
Mr. Gastinger, yes.
Mr. Gastinger, would you like to please comment?
Yep, absolutely. Old friend alert. Good to see you guys up there, and thank you for having me. As Brett Gastinger, 612 Wine Cellar Circle, Charlottesville, Virginia, and former board member and chair. I don't have a statement prepared nearly as well as Jenny or Jody, but I wanted to call in today in opposition to the demolition, and knowing this project from multiple applications over the years and learning more about its history and its impact on the Wortland Street landscape made me understand really how critical it is to our civic infrastructure. And I love Jenny's description of this as a witness tree, and it is in a way very much that. I think reasonable application of our guidelines would recommend a swift denial of this application. Probably the thing that made me really want to call in and register my thoughts on this was that more than almost any other project over the last year, I've gotten more comments from the public to me, thinking that I was still on the board, in opposition to the removal of this house. So it's not just from me, but I've heard from other multiple public members that have some distress over the potential removal of this structure. So thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Breck. Appreciate that. Are there any more comments from the public?
Kevin Blair. I just want to say that this building, unlike 144 Chancellor Street, is a beautiful example of historic history, and it's a wonderful structure that should be preserved. And I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Any other comments from the public? All right, comments from the board?
Mr. Zemer, if you wish, you could refer or some correspondence.
Oh, yeah, thank you, sorry. I did want to, we're going to have staff submit, we received, I think, 8 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 from the same person, 8 letters, all in opposition to the demolition request. But for the record, and we're going to add those letters to the record, but for tonight, I'll read the names of those people who wrote the letters. Virginia Dougherty, who was a former mayor of Charlottesville, Bill Emery, Christine Sweeter, Catherine Slaughter, also a former mayor of Charlottesville, Bitsy Waters, a former mayor of Charlottesville, Mary Wiley, and Robert Ewell. Thank you all for submitting those letters to us in opposition of the demolition of Wharton Street's Wharton Baker House. I think it's pretty clear in my mind that we can't allow the demolition of this house. It's extraordinarily significant to the history of the city of Charlottesville. You know, having been intimately familiar with the rotunda at the university, Thomas Jefferson called it his temple of knowledge, and he built that in a time where most universities and colleges in the nation had a chapel as their central building. And he called it the Temple of Knowledge because he, of course, championed the separation of church and state, but he housed the library in his temple. And that means that this particular house is the house of his first and chief priest, if you will. So I think that just reinforces the importance of education, the importance of a library, the importance of a librarian. And in addition to that, this house is historic in its own right, historic in this neighborhood that's built around it. So I, for one, cannot support the demolition approval, but I welcome any other comments from the board.
I can go. I'm disappointed that the applicant is not here, hasn't bothered to call in. Frankly, for such an important application, you know, taking down a building this old in the city, that I think they bear the burden of addressing our guidelines. That's what we're driven by. We're not just people that are randomly making a decision here. We are only charged with enforcing guidelines, and there are specific guidelines that Jeff read out in their entirety that address demolitions. And I've actually never seen a demolition where every single criteria is met against demolition. You know, this is an important historic figure associated with the building who actually built the building, and you know, obviously also, I'm not saying he was the builder, but he was the owner when it was built. And obviously he also, you know, created this entire district, as Mr. Alejandro said. But just the quality of craftsmanship and the beauty of this building, and it's certainly been encroached upon by a lot of multifamily housing. And you know, it's too bad that it doesn't have a little bit more space around it. You know, but I just don't, in my opinion, the applicant has the burden of showing us why it should be demolished and why it doesn't meet the criteria for keeping it. And we are lacking hearing anything from the applicant tonight. So I'm disappointed in that. Considering how much, as we've heard, that people have called in, written in, that we've heard from people, not just us, but I'm sure counselors have, other people have. 3 of the letters that we received are from former mayors, and those mayors individually are business people. They are advocates. They're not preservation people. They are mayors that advocated for the development of the downtown mall, who advocated for the Omni to come to downtown. They're economic development inclined mayors. And they're falling on this in exactly the same position that I think everybody on this diocese is, that this building should not be demolished. And so I'm just disappointed. I also want to note that this building does need maintenance, and demolition by neglect is not an avenue for this applicant. And I would really encourage the city to do its own inspection, make sure this building is stable, and cite the owner if there are things that need to be addressed. You just can't let something like this fall apart, and that's what they've done, essentially. So I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Schwartz?
I just want to add, you know, for the purpose of, this is probably going to end up going to council, while many applicants will use the argument that the new zoning ordinance and our comprehensive plan call for more housing and denser development, our comprehensive plan also talks a lot about historic preservation. So chapter 4 of the comprehensive plan, the land use chapter, some of the goals that are at the front of the chapter are, you know, systematically inventory and evaluate all historic, cultural, natural resources, landscapes, and open spaces as critical elements that make Charlottesville special. This building has been inventoried and evaluated. It has been declared an IPP. Or I guess, was it an IPP before it was in the, no.
I couldn't determine that.
It's on the National Register. It's a contributing structure.
Yeah.
It has been declared important. communicate about historic resources, so educate current and potential property owners of historic resources, as well as the community in general about the significance of historic properties. Provide effective protection of Charlottesville's historic resources, including through recognition incentives. So the comprehensive plan is not just about more density, more housing. It is also about protecting our cultural and historic resources.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, so you're correct. It was in 1973, the city established the Landmarks Coalition or Commission to look at historic properties throughout the city. At that time, it was only the small district that existed downtown that was established in 1959. So it took a while for the city to get to where it was establishing local districts. But I checked that to see if it had been individually listed. I couldn't find it.
Okay.
I think in addition to that, based on the changing landscape that's happening because of the new comp plan, because of the new zoning, I think it's really important for us as a community to come together and start thinking about where we draw these lines in the sand. I think this is a great place to start, because it's just it's there, as you say, Ms. Lewis. There's no one point on here that anybody can really dispute. And the fact that a structural report that tells us that the house is actually in stable condition only reasserts that, and in some ways is a bit disrespectful in my mind, as is the inability for the applicant to come and state their case. So I hope that council hears us in all these points.
I'd also like to say that I think there is something special about Charlottesville, and that new developments can sit adjacent to old, very unique properties that are very much contributing to the history of this place and the story of this place. And the conversation between those two conditions is what I think will keep Charlottesville a unique city and continue to keep it a destination city and something that we can be proud of and love. So I also cannot support the demolition of this building.
Yeah, likewise, I'll just chime in, and I think it was Mr. Alejandro who said, it's really sort of a lack of imagination. There's clearly, as Ms. Lewis said, it checks every box. There's no reason this should be demolished unless there were some structural reasons, and then their submission of a structural report that says it's, adequate structurally. But, rather than thinking of it as a hindrance, this should be celebrated as an opportunity to do something really neat for the community and restore it.
Also, just to add in the register nomination, or at least the landmark survey, there's a handwritten note when they interviewed Ms. Alicia W. Flynn, who was the great-granddaughter of the builder William Wertenbacher in 1971, and it says, offers have been made to buy the property, rumors, apartment building on site. So we've been fighting this for 54 years, right? This is not something new. It's probably not the last time, but quite frankly, not on my watch. So I think we'd like to, anybody want to make a motion? You want me to?
I enjoy doing so.
Please. And as a reminder from staff, if you would, Ms. Lewis, please clearly state lots of good reasons this shouldn't be demolished.
Anybody else want to go?
I was very happy when you volunteered.
Let me start. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed demolition of 1301 Wirtland Street does not satisfy the BIR's criterion guidelines and is not compatible with this it doesn't make sense, but anyway, for the following reasons. Sorry. I would point to, and I know we're not supposed to do this, but all of Mr. Werner's comments and guidelines that he cited previously. I'll say specifically, there is no public necessity to the proposed demolition. There is no reason that this has to happen. It's just private greed. There is a public purpose and interest in the buildings being protected, and as Ms. Keller has said, we've been trying to protect them for a very long time, for half a century, against threats. We've not been demonstrated that any relocation or other alternative might be available. The applicant's not here to address that. The proposed demolition would adversely affect all other buildings, 23 buildings in particular, in this historic district, because this is the anchor in the Wordland ADC district. There's no reason for demolition that's been stated, and that is one of the guidelines for us to consider, the applicant's reason. We don't really have that here because they didn't bother to appear tonight, and I don't think their application really tells me what the reason was, except for redevelopment, I would guess. We do have, there hasn't been an economic or structural or economic feasibility study for rehabbing or reusing the structure. We do have a structural report. Further, the applicant has not demonstrated that they have exhausted all other alternatives before their application to demolish, and has not proffered that if they did demolish, that they would document the building thoroughly with measured drawings and everything else. None of us want this demolished anyway, but there's been no even offer of that. So I would prefer, I'll accept any friendly amendments for further comments on which we are basing this demolition, and I'm happy to probably accept all of them if anyone here wants to chime in with additional reasons.
I just will offer that the applicant had prepared what they call it, the 3D point cloud scan.
Yes, there's a point cloud scan as well as the phase 1 that was completed.
Right. So we don't have that yet, but they had offered that. I don't know if that satisfies the documentation criteria. But I just did want to make that.
It's a problem with the application, not having the application to generate it for you all tonight, like the software.
I would just add that this property is extraordinarily significant in the history of both the University of Virginia and the city of Charlottesville as the principal residence of the university's first, well, technically second, but longest-serving librarian, who was selected by Thomas Jefferson.
I'll accept that additional amendment, citing the reason why we do not support demolition.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
All right.
And the clarification also, Ms. Lewis was pointing out too, I inadvertently have downtown ADC district in there, and it is the Wordland Street ADC
Actually, I
district.
stopped before I said any of that.
That's good.
Yes.
Good. That is.
That's where my voice trailed off.
It doesn't make sense as a part of the motion, so yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll vote. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes for denial.
Mr. Burrell?
For denial.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes for denial?
Ms. Taveney?
Yes for denial.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes for denial.
And yes for denial. I think there's a significant chance that this may get appealed to City Council, so I would encourage everyone to please come out when that is on the agenda at the City Council meeting to support denying the demolition of this structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zemer. And I thought you were going to read this additionally from Mrs. Alicia Flynn, who was the great-granddaughter of Mr. Wertbacher, but given what Ms. Lewis said, I thought this was an interesting addition. Turns out Mr. Wertbacher, I don't know if he actually built it, but he did design the house. And Mrs. Flynn noted that her great-grandfather forgot to include an inside stairway to the kitchen and dining room, which were in the basement. So the family always had to go outside to get to the dining room at mealtimes. So there you go. Architects sometimes get it wrong. But, all right, thank you again. Next up, unless you needed a break or anything, is...
Would anybody like a break? Want to take 5?
If not now, at least after
Five.
this one.
I think now's a good time. Let's take a 10 minutes. reconvene at 7:35. 10-minute break.
That's all right. Kate and I were laughing today. That's the hardest part of our job.
Okay, it's 7:35, folks. Let's come back into session.
Okay, Mr. Burrell, thank you for the water.
All right, our next COA application is the Downtown Mall 4th Street East and 2nd Street West crossings. Application from the city's Parks and Rec Department. Mr. Werner, would you like to go ahead?
I don't want to get into discussion as quickly as we can. And one of the things I didn't, well, first off, yes, this is COA request from the city, represented by Rihanna Anthony, the Director of Parks and Rec. The crossings on the mall at West 2nd Street and East 5th Street, Mr. Senior, you and I were out there this afternoon looking at them. We all
4th Street. Yeah.
looking and realizing, and for some time have realized they're in rough shape.
They're in bad shape.
The request before you all is to approve a design to make repairs. And I will say that there's always that, well, where's the BAR's role in public infrastructure, things like that. The mall is a unique set of circumstances, and the BAR has always been involved since it was established in things that have occurred on the mall. In fact, extensively in the discussions back in 2008 ahead of the rebricking of the mall. And even on my work to get the mall listed on the National Register, I continue to learn a lot through the review of this one. The records and file cabinets and binders of information we have on the bookshelves that Kate and I continue to learn. So what is before you, the mall crossings as you see them today, obviously were not part of the original 1974 design. And when we re-bricked the mall, 2010 when the work was done, a decision was made to add crossings, and the design of the bricks and the bands in them were modified. One thing is we know that we now have these granite pavers in there. That was part of the original design, but that's not how the mall was when it was built. Those were constructed in concrete, and so the 2008, a lot of things, the granite was inserted matching what the original design was, and even though at these crossings you now have the simple rectangle, the two rectangles. So with this repair, the travel lane will be reduced in width, and then the banding, the granite banding of the two rectangles will be continued through that travel lane, and my understanding is a colored brick that will replicate the color, but it will not be the single pavers like you see on either side of the mall. I'll also say that I've been involved in discussions with Rion and the engineer and other people from the city, and even landscape architect that's been working with Parks and Rec on things related to the mall. So I've been in on a series of discussions that have gotten us to where we are, and I think I represented the BAR's interest, and in fact the key message that was communicated was that obviously the easiest solution would be asphalt road across the mall, and it was like, no, absolutely not. It was important that the mall continue to be that pedestrian-oriented, and any crossing and anything to accommodate crossing would be secondary, such that the continuation of the banding, so that that design is reflected, so that there's not a, whether it's brick or whatever, a pedestrian on the mall doesn't come to a sort of an area that doesn't fit. So the questions before you all, so staff is recommending that you all approve this. There are some things that I've requested of Parks and Rec, but certainly that has to be, if you all agree. I think Rian has some questions about how to treat the banding. But for example, I had asked the question on either end. I know it's tough to get oriented with all the different images, but when I say either end, I mean the end of the travel lane where they transition back to the street. If you go out there today, you'll see a soldier course running on each end. I had asked if that was going to be continued, but the way to think about this is the problem we've had with these crossings. We have all these different sections and they're moving and different thicknesses and sizes. So it's to get as continuous a mechanism, mechanical, the herringbone patterns, get that continuous from one end to the other to really kind of build in some durability to this surface. So the soldier course will not be replaced at that end. I'm okay with that. I did ask, for example, and I hope I communicated this well, at the 2nd Street crossing where the theater is, for whatever reason, when the work was done, the soldier course with a stretcher that runs along all the buildings was discontinued or taken out. I've asked that be reinstalled. I think that's, we have an opportunity to put something back that was removed. And when those travel lanes are reduced, those tactile, the bumpy strips on either side, that soldier and stretcher course that you see will be extended. So if you're looking here at the corner, well, actually, you're looking at the Christian's Pizza place, and where this band is going to be shifted in, this soldier and stretcher course then is correspondingly prepared to come into that, so that there's not like a break there. And I think that was, yeah. And so a little bit of more background than maybe up front, but do you have any questions for me about this before I turn it over to Rian? I know, Jameson, you and I had talked about the brick size within the field.
Yeah, I'm also curious about colors. I know they're proposing a dark gray brick and a light gray brick, I guess, to try and mimic the continuation of the patterns. So I'm just curious if there's a way to see a sample of that or somehow, verify that it's going to come close to the granite or the bluestone or I don't know if it's slate or bluestone that's in the current pattern that would be retained outside the footprint of the project, right? Like, we understand that, at least I understand the need to switch the material so that the brick pavers all lock together, but that'd be, I don't know if you have the answer to that. If not, we can wait until they.
My response when that was discussed in the meeting, and Rian said it very well when we talked out on the mall the other day, but I'll paraphrase. We've already messed with the original design, and so we really need to get this, we need to fix it. We're not going back to what's original. So we have a good example from what's already there and what the BAR approved. The question I asked was, it had come up with, should we try and replicate the materials across the travelway? And the idea is, as much as we can use the same thing, once you start changing thicknesses, sizes, so that the idea of continuing with brick. So I offered that it was, the material wasn't necessary, in my opinion, but to continue that, at least that the image of the band was continued,
Right, so
would
that's, I guess
suffice.
that's my question is.
I'm sorry.
What they're showing is doing just that by saying dark gray brick and light gray brick. And so my question is, are we gonna be able to see samples of those or whatnot?
And-
But
Okay,
we'll
and
let the
that's
applicant.
where
speak
the
to
applicant, I am talking beyond, that's, the selection hasn't been made on that yet. Right, so
Okay.
how do we want,
Great.
probably a decision point for you all, and when can we make it?
So I asked the question to staff, staff's deferring to the applicant. How about that?
I love that.
Okay, so, thank you all for coming tonight, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Yep, Rian Anthony, Director of Parks and Rec, thank you so much for allowing us to come before you to put this wonderful plan together with my colleague. I'm not an engineer, so I refer to my colleague on the right for all the technical answers. But again, as Jeff mentioned, this has been in the works for almost a year. City departments with outside landscape architects was part of our stakeholder meetings, and we had a series of meetings of really how do we repair the eyesore? It is eyesore, both crossings, and that was our goal, was to focus on how do we repair, but still try to keep what the mall is supposed to be, a pedestrian mall, but where vehicles crossing. So how do we make it as safe as possible, but also keeping it as close to a similar design? But there are things that we had to modify and tweak, and as you can see in the design. So I will let Daniel Heyer answer your questions about the gray and gray.
Okay, thanks.
I guess the short answer is, in the specifications for the project, it details that there has to be a sample panel that's approved, and probably should be approved by you all, I imagine, but there'll be some color sample panels of appropriate size to compare.
Okay. Awesome. Did y'all want to give any further presentation, or do you want to jump into questions and comments?
I'm happy to talk about it if you want, but I hadn't planned a presentation, so if you guys want to ask some leading questions, I'll try to bat them.
All right, then we'll go through our process. Questions from the public? All right, questions from the board? I already asked mine.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Roger.
So is the travel lane being reduced to 12 feet? And it's centered now on the street, which I hadn't really focused on, but it looks really bad when I see it now in the existing.
Looking at that image.
No, the photographs of the existing.
Yeah.
Where the rumble strip or the textured strips, I'd never really noticed that they're not centered on the streets on either end. So
Yeah, so they are narrowed substantially to kind of to mimic actually a constrained width. So right now, one of the things you have that contributes to the degradation is they're wide enough for cars to pull off and kind of park and drop off, and that turning of the wheels on those larger pavers just creates a nightmare of a condition. So this really came out of conversations with numerous city stakeholders, but the width was discussed at length. We basically with the thought that cars aren't going to have that extra width to feel like they have space to, parallel park for some period of time.
No,
big improvement. Yeah. I was downtown and I looked at these things. They're pretty badly degraded. And I assume that the problem is the vehicles that's causing this degradation, or correct?
The vehicles are the culprit. It's really the stopping and starting and the braking, but the crossing itself wasn't set up for success with the material choices and the sizes of the materials that are there, specifically the runnels, the reused brick, and the granite pavers themselves. All three of those have specific challenges in this environment. And so the vehicle, it's entirely possible for brick pavers to support vehicles just fine. The conditions in this crossing with the reused brick the runnels, and then the granite pavers are kind of a recipe for disaster.
And so I'm assuming with your new plan, you are expecting this to have a good, long life, usable life, both for the vehicles going across and so that the pedestrians can come across without any problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you all were given the forensic study we did in 2022 that detailed why they failed. But basically, the lessons learned on why the mechanics that led to the failures and the degradation you mentioned, we've corrected for all of those conditions. So you should have as robust of a system as possible under the current proposed repair plan.
And I noticed in each of them, there are 2 grates that are letting water go down. Are you planning to add more grates to deal with water? That has been adequate.
So my understanding is based on the revised designs, those grates actually do not end up within the travelway any longer because it's been constricted tighter. So they're actually just outside the vehicle paths now.
Jerry, if I could, so when they were discussing it earlier, the simplest way was like the light bulb went off, but what you've got now is different size things, different materials, and so they're moving. And what they're done, the solution is constraining that and interlocking that system. So instead of a brick that's this thick and some granite pavers or they're that thick and everything is sort of, once it has a little bit, it's moving. Now it's constrained into a system, and that's the difference with the design.
Proving the point, if you go out there now, there's actually the vast majority of the crossings in many cases are still just fine. Like where you have a 4x8, 2-to-1 brick herringbone paved pattern through the crossings, those spaces are almost entirely just fine. It's really adjacent to a reused brick soldier course or a reused brick runnel or the granite pavers. All of those 3 items that fail, those failures ripple through and adjacent to those areas. But where you have 100 or 200 square feet of just pavers, they're fine.
Question, staff recommended bringing the brick border around the, what is it, northwest corner at Second Street? Southwest corner at Second Street by the Violet Crown. Are y'all amenable to doing that?
That was a good comment. Yeah, okay. I think that's a great comment. We're happy to do that. That's going to be outside the travel way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing, as Jeff mentioned, when we were out there this evening, we noticed, at least at the 4th Street crossing, that the current bricks inside the travel lane are like a 4x8 brick as opposed to the 4x12s, which kind of are, the signature brick of the mall. What are you proposing for the brick size?
They're going to be 4x8. Yeah,
4x8, okay.
There'll be a traditional 2-to-1 herringbone pattern, and that's very intentional. Like that aspect ratio of a 2-to-1 paver is the strongest ratio. 3-to-1 starts to deviate from that. A 3-to-1 paver system probably could be fine, but again, we're going for kind of the bulletproof version of the crossing, and so the 2-to-1, if you look at all published guidance from the Brick Institute of America, they're going to say that a 2-to-1 herringbone is going to be your best bet for success.
All right, thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, are you guys considering moving some of the planters or something to keep people from just driving over the flush curb?
We had not recommended moving. That's not something we recommended.
But it came up in that.
Yeah, so it came up because we, as staff, we also look at the safety of the pedestrian mall and how do we make sure that at 2 o'clock in the morning on the mall, there is definitely a car driving on the mall, and how do we prevent that? So we are still looking, working with the fire department, because there are certain rules that we need to keep open, fire lanes, and how can we make sure it might not be a planter, but it might be something so that there's no option for a car to take a left turn on Second or Fourth. Good question.
Any other questions?
And I feel like I want to add, it might be already apparent, but that flush curb is actually the structural edge restraint to the paving system.
Right. Well, I guess I'm a little worried about someone, not, I mean, obviously you've got the problem with people driving on the mall, which, I mean, that's really bad, but just people continuing to try to pull off to the side to let
Yeah.
people off. And at that point, you've kind of extended the granite pavers, and now they're parking on top of those. If they, just kind of pull off to the side
Yeah.
over your curb, is that a problem? Or is there a way to prevent that?
Yeah, so
Because I feel like people are still going to try and drop off just because they're
I
lazy.
think you're right. People are probably going to have that habitual, like, I'm waiting for my daughter who just got out of the movies, and she's not out yet. I do think it's more of an operations, like what Rion or the city wants to do for how to prevent that.
Yeah, so another great question, and the focus is how do we kind of prevent that from happening? And one of the solutions, as you can see in the design, is we are taking the street from this side to that side. So when you do come in, you are automatically slowing down, and we're hoping that it will make an effect with other things on the side, so that a vehicle feels pressured of not to stop. They have to keep moving. So that's the intent.
I was wondering if the speed humps were also a cause of the degradation. I mean, I know we need to slow cars down there, but was some of the degradation occurring because of those speed humps or no?
It would be my impression that the answer is no. The speed humps themselves don't actually cause any degradation. It's the vehicles that, as they kind of come over them, and those are kind of some awkwardly humpy speed humps. That is that braking force of the cars coming right over it, and if you're coming over and a person's walking and you stop, and the next element past the speed hump is a reused brick set soldier course, soldier course is horrible at resisting any kind of imparted loads, and then the reused mortar or the reused brick will never bond to mortar the same way as it does the initial time, and so you've got a weakened structural system resisting a lot of eccentric loads from the wheels. And it's just going to so it's not really the speed hump, it's more of like the condition of the other element that's causing it to break.
Are you starting with all new materials with this?
Yes. We're asking them to salvage the existing brick, but it's going to be new materials. Yeah.
Where you're patching in that's not in the vehicular way, like for example, that return of the border at the Violet Ground, could you try to reuse some of that salvaged brick so that it matches the rest of that border?
I think if I'm not mistaken, in the specifications, it talks about the feathering to kind of help with the color gradient a little bit.
It's, and it's less the color, it's the,
Size and texture.
we were walking out there today, and I noticed in the soldier course at the end of each lane appears to be that, I can say the original.
The original brick, yeah. Anything that's set in mortar is an original brick, which is a different size than the current sandset bricks. So you have 3-to-1, you have 12-inch bricks that are actually not identical sizes out there.
Kate and I've been worried we're gonna have to run around and gather up all the bricks that have the full black on them that people have, that given out re-bricked it, so, but I'm glad you know you have bricks. So.
All right, any more questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Is the city going to do the work themselves, or is this going to be subcontracted?
It was going to be contracted out, and I believe we were going to ask for contractors to have some record of successful paved installations that they could show, like almost performance-based bids.
Yeah, so that is going to be very important for us as a city, is really looking at through our procurement process. Our procurement process is a simple process where the lowest bid just needs to be responsive. So that is why we're working on that. Whoever's going to be providing us some bids has to have some type of sample, some type of experience working with not any brick but pedestrian type of bricking system.
Are the tactile strips, they're being replaced?
Yeah.
Is there just one kind of tactile strip, or are there different options? Have you looked at?
We were going to go with one very similar to what, actually, I think we were going with a brick, the tactile brick, actually. You can get a 4x8 brick tactile.
Yeah.
Is what we're not doing the 12 by, thank you for asking that question, David, because the question of pulling off on the side, right now, those tactile warning strip pavers break because they're 12 by 12 or square, which is a problematic size. Whereas if we go back with the 4x8 tactile brick, you're actually building in that inherent strength. So even if someone's pulling off, you're going to be more likely to have a resistant system.
They've always seemed to be the most aberrant of all the different new materials brought in.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that.
While this isn't about how it looks, how much time do you expect it to take doing that?
To replace a crossing?
Yes.
That's a good question. I would think it could be demolished. Well, it's going to have to be phased because the downtown mall is going to have to remain open to pedestrians during construction. So it's going to go in probably 2/3 and 1/3 arrangement. And but I would think it could be done certainly in a couple of weeks. Because all the pavers are going to be sand set.
It's an interesting question, but I think it's actually beyond our purview.
Okay.
But thanks,
Yeah.
Jerry.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, you just mentioned that the pavers in the drive path are sand set as well?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They are now.
Yeah. And that's preferable? You want them to move?
You want them to be able to flex a little bit. Sand set pavers are actually incredibly resistant because of all the friction of the sand and the paving units. And they will move a little bit, but it allows them to move in unison together. So should be pretty visibly pleasing. You won't even notice.
This might be a leading question. Are you going to drill any drain holes through your slab?
Well, there's drain holes in the existing slab.
Okay.
Every 12 inches on center, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because all the brick on the mall are sand set as well.
Right.
I don't know if there's holes drilled in that slab as well, actually. That's a new slab that they replaced when the downtown mall was re-bricked in 2009.
So you're not proposing to replace that slab?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
My question for you all, and just because I want to make sure we're crystal clear on what's happening, the scroll just to the graphic there. Currently, the runnels were continued across the travel lane. They will not be extended. And I had a conversation with them, and I'm okay with the reason why and the explanation, but I just want to make sure someone doesn't ask me a year from now what happened to the runnels. So go to the 1980 graphic, or I'm sorry, the 2008 image that was approved by the BAR. It is interesting. I mean, Kate and I said, you look at photos and you go out there and look and you think you know them all, and then you stand there and you're like, oh, there's a detail I hadn't seen. So, so this is what the BAR approved for the crossings in 2008, and you can see that the runnels were extended across the travel lane. They will not be included in this new plan.
So that's due to durability only, is that right?
You know, it's interesting. I'd always understood the runnels to sort of replicate the old end of the sidewalk, you know, the gutter sidewalk. And I wonder, to me, it was like, well, why are they running across here anyway? But that was one of those, what are they, Mandela effect. It's never real, but I thought there was a reason for it. So, so when they weren't extended, I sort of perceived it as, well, good. But there is a mechanical reason. if you all, I just want to make sure that you're okay with that, you realize that, and it doesn't come up later.
Okay.
Are the runnels currently serving a drainage function?
That is a great question. Probably depends on who you ask and how hard it's raining. So I think Jeff's correct. The runnels replicate the original curb lines of Main Street physically. The runnels were intentionally removed from our repair design because of all the reasons I already mentioned about what makes a brick paving system durable and strong, and the runnels kind of fly directly in the face of that conventional standards. If you were to replace them, it's not a matter of will they break, it's when will they break. And so, again, we're going for the bulletproof option to the greatest extent we can, so they're not currently in the design. And there's a feathering effect that happens adjacent to the repaired crossing, where the runnels, which are currently have a very shallow V shape, will feather to match existing grade as it comes into the crossing. In terms of drainage, actually, if you do walk out there after a good rain, you'll notice there is water in the runnels, and it's usually sitting directly adjacent to the inlet where it didn't quite make it, and there's a nice bird bath. Because the downtown malls themselves is sand set and there is weep holes on the slab below the paving systems, I think the runnels are mostly at this point serving an aesthetic function more than an actual drainage function.
So is your design changing the drainage pattern that's currently there?
No, not really, because most of our,
The slab is remaining.
what's that?
You mentioned earlier that the slab is remaining, so I
Yeah,
imagine that.
no, the
right?
drainage patterns are largely uninterrupted, and like I mentioned, you can see in that image right there, top left-hand side of the crossing, looks like top right. Actually, this is the wrong crossing. Yeah, basically now the inlets that are adjacent to the crossings are now going to be just outside the crossing. So any water coming down, if there was water running down the runnel, it's going to hit the inlet before it goes into the crossing.
Thanks.
So just getting back to those tactile strips again, on your plans, they're shown as squares.
Yeah.
But they're actually not.
I think if you read the specifications, they're actually detailed as a 4x8.
4x8, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
don't think we got these specifications. We just got the plans. And at least graphically on the detail sheet, they do look like squares.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think we will correct that when we correct add the soldier course that Jeff recommended. But I'm almost 99.9% positive the specifications indicate a 4x8 size tactile paving strip.
And are those herringbone, or are they a soldier?
They will also be herringbone.
Okay.
Yep.
So that herringbone pattern will continue seamlessly into the concrete curb?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Because it does look like okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good comment, and I will chase that down.
Well, about the soldier courses that I think, Jeff, you wanted to have extended a little bit. I'm wondering, would another option be to, instead of extending them, just have them turn the corner of each building and die where it hits the concrete?
So remove them.
Remove a little bit of them, but just keep them at the perimeters of all the buildings. Does that make sense without standing up and pointing to it, or?
You go to a plan view.
Yeah, one of the new work views.
Just go to one of the photographs.
I think it might this makes more sense. No, go down one more. Yeah. So at either end, you got that little tiny piece where it wraps the building and then it kind of cuts down. And Jeff, you were saying you want to take it from the dash line to the tactile strips, right? Is that what you're, okay. And I'm just wondering, as an alternative, would it make sense just to have it wrap the building and remove that little piece that comes down along the concrete.
Um,
And I'm only asking that just because, again, I have a feeling that cars are gonna kind of move beyond the edge of the curb, and does it make it stronger not to have it?
to remove this little
Yes, that
portion
little
here,
tiny-
and just have it turn
And the
from
center
there.
and above.
Yeah,
At each, at every corner on every plan.
yeah.
I don't hate that.
Makes sense.
It does make, I think, the relationship to the building make more sense, and then, because otherwise it's just sort of hanging out there. I guess the other option maybe what Jeff was suggesting was just to carry it.
Right,
Well, I think it's an odd condition on this side where it kind
Yeah,
of.
look
it
at the
just-
other end there, yeah.
It just ends, right there.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's either make it like this, or carry it all the way to the
Right.
tactile pavers.
Yeah.
But not just dying in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think that's something we should, is there an engineering reason for that one's better than the other?
I would say the suggestion is better from my standpoint because you're getting more of the reused mortar set brick out of there. If you walk out there now, you see a lot of it falling apart anyway. So you're just mitigating additional risk by stopping it where.
All the soldiers are mortared in, basically?
Yes. Yeah. I don't get a vote.
Jeff didn't like it.
No, well, let me be candid. We all have our various relationships and connections to the mall, and people who, different expertise on the mall and its design and where it is now. I happen to know a lot of people who feel very, very strongly about the architecture of the mall. And so I hope I'm not out of place here, but I feel obligated to, one of the things I asked Rian when this process was happening was that there be a landscape architect involved to talk about what's going on in the continuity of the design. I'm not comfortable removing an element from the mall that, I think in terms of where I wanted it to be added at that corner on Second Street. So we're talking about a detail that is possibly continuous on the mall and disrupting that. I'm not qualified to offer an opinion one way or the other, but I just want to offer caution.
Can I ask a question that's follow up on that is, what's the condition at the non-vehicular
They do carry it
cross
across.
streets?
I just Google Earth or Google Street View.
Well, that's an argument for.
That makes
So
sense.
what is it, what's the answer?
It carries across.
It carries across.
Yeah. So I guess I wasn't really sure. I mean, they re-bricked the mall 2 years after I moved here. I don't really remember what was before that well, so it's.
Yeah, those were repaired. That stretcher and soldier course that runs the perimeter, those in fact are the old brick. And then what's the infill is that 4-inch by 12-inch brick, but those that are there, and in fact, existing within the soldier course in the travel lane now are that 3 1/4, 11 5/8. So we have them that we can use.
Okay.
But I just felt obligated to say that.
That makes sense, yeah.
So, thank you.
I don't want to, yeah.
I think we need to sort of give direction one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, then I guess if that's, I would defer to staff in that, I guess we carry it down till it meets the tactile strips.
That's what it's doing in the.
Are trucks allowed to go as vehicles across here?
No, some large vehicles do go across, yes. There's some delivery trucks, some food trucks that go across. I don't think you're getting full-size interstate semis across it, but you're getting some large vehicles for sure.
Is the main reason for changing the proportion of the bricks was just stability? in the
You mean the
drive?
brick in the crossing?
Mhm.
Those are 4x8 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they're a 4x8, but they're also a thickened 4x8, so they're not the standard thickness of a brick paver. They're like a half-inch thicker.
Huh.
And they will be the thickened version again as well.
Mm-hmm.
Working on it. We're not even there yet. We're still in the question.
I was going to ask.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Making comments.
We've been really good about
Any
phrasing all these
questions?
as questions. Okay, any comments from the public?
Genevieve Keller, 504 North First Street. I want to thank Jeff for his comments about having a landscape architect involved on the project. And I understand there have been at least informal consultations, maybe formal, I don't really know. But I would like to take that a little bit farther and say that now that the mall is registered, is on the National Register of Historic Places as a historic landscape, anytime the city is undertaking something other than just routine maintenance, there really should be a qualified historic landscape architect on the project. It should be included in an RFP, or there should be somebody on retainer or something like that. I mean, when we were meeting for the Downtown Mall Committee, I said we need a curator for the mall, and we don't have a curator for the mall yet, so you guys are it. You're the curators of the mall. And I know, Mr. Zemer, if you were doing this project at the university, you would have a historical landscape architect on this. And it's hard for me to follow this conversation because there'd be some question or comment about do this here and something else there. So I haven't really followed exactly what happened. So I'd just like to make a citizen resident request that you involve a qualified historic landscape architect. The Federal Register has qualifications for what a historical landscape architect is. We have a dozen of them here in Charlottesville. We're kind of the cultural landscape capital of the United States. Wouldn't be hard to get somebody to come for a few hours and have them involved through the whole thing so that they could be doing periodic inspections of the work that it was being done to standards, so that we keep the integrity of the mall when we undertake this necessary project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Anybody online? All right, now we're on to comments from the board.
I guess I said my comment. I'm sorry.
It's okay, no, it started out as a question.
Is it possible for the BAR to request a mock-up more than hear the sample request? But I guess there's a lot of going on in a sort of small area with lots of different materials coming
Right.
together. I think it would be great also as a public service to let the public know this is what we're doing, this is how it's going to look.
Yes, so one thing, and Rian, I'll let you, I know the landscape architect that's been involved. I don't know if that's formally or informally, so I didn't identify them, but Rian can certainly speak to that. I've been waiting for Breck to call in. I know he feels strongly about the ball, but maybe he's putting the kids to bed. But as far as the design, so for the purposes of sort of moving forward, it's like the courthouse where we selected the brick later. I think that, so conceptually, we can approve this design. We realize we may say, I want to, and Rian even said that, we're going to, what color gray is gray, what do we want it to be, but it doesn't change the design. And we can express that appropriately. But now, there would probably be a sample panel anyway, because someone's going to have to make decision within City Hall on doing some things. So I think, so the first question is the design okay, and any, fixes, things that you would have to condition, and state that, and then as a matter of a condition, if it were approved, request that, that we, the sample bricks, the colors are available for approval. So, and that would allow them to proceed with construction documents and getting their permits and things like that, knowing that we'd be picking out the bricks at a later date, unless you had something that would materially change what they're showing here. Does that help answer? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, I think this is a nice proposal, and I think I'm compelled to support it. The questions I do wonder if the kind of alternating brick color within the drive lane will be effective. I think there's something nice about the different textures of the different materials on the mall. And, I understand there's a durability concern and a longevity concern about those materials. I assume they'll have to cut bricks, so there'll be sort of 4x4 bricks along those edges. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's why those dashed lines on the image are actually steel edge restraints in the system to pick up the load of those cut, because you are interrupting the pattern and therefore decreasing its strength, and so you won't see the steel angles. They'll be hidden down below, anchored to the concrete, but because we're interrupting the pattern, we've got to put an edge restraint in, so the cut brick results in us having to anchor it.
I just wonder if we're already introducing like a structural kind of weak point, then why not have the original material there? And there could be a steel edge to support those different materials also.
You mean a granite band in lieu of?
Yeah.
I think with granite, there's a couple thoughts. I'm not opposed to anything. I'm just going to share some technical insights, I guess, for your understandings. So, one of the biggest considerations with modular paving systems in general, brick, not brick, granite, whatever, is the aspect ratio of the pavers themselves. And so, if we were to go back with a granite paver in place, it's inherently going to be weaker, because it's not able to get into a pattern. One way of compensating for that is as a much thicker piece of granite, right? So it could be possible to explore like robustly thick granite as an option. As compared to this interrupted pattern that's going to have a 4-inch cut brick on repeat through the crossing. In comparison to the granite option, it's still going to be much, much stronger in terms of being able to generate that resistance to forces that are applied to it. So it's not to say I feel like one of my responsibilities as the engineer of record stamping it is to do whatever I can do to make sure it's not going to break again. And I would worry about some requests of us that would lead me to feel like I'm making a decision that I don't want to stamp as strongly. It's not to say we can't look into granite, much thicker granite. I would have to do some research on how thick it might need to actually be to be able to start resisting the rocking that's going to happen.
This is a question, I apologize. Are there currently metal restraining edge bands or whatnot at those changes in
Correct.
Material now?
So what happened was at the runnels and at the granite or the runnel ended up acting as an edge restraint to the brick that were there, because there was no other edge restraint installed. Which is why those failures have rippled away from. And you see the failure. It's twofold. One, the granite was acting as an edge restraint to the brick. It shouldn't have been. And secondly, when the granite failed, that's why it rippled through the brick in the way that it has. You can see literally a ripple effect around the failures of granite in the brick.
But there are steel edging currently?
No.
Okay, no. Okay, so I now understand. Thank you. Yeah. And sorry, another question. How thick is the setting bed?
What's that?
How thick is the current / proposed setting bed between the concrete and the new pavers?
I can't say exactly how thick it is now. I would imagine it's about between 1 inch and 2 inches. in the proposed condition, it will also vary. It's going to vary because the grades across the crossing vary.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because I would be concerned, I mean, I tend to like your idea of trying to maintain the, like, different actual materials, but I'm a little worried if you're exploring thicker granite, does that then mean you're cutting into the slab? And what does that do?
I had the same thought.
All right, other comments?
Before they were repaired in 2009, the bandings still went across the crossings, but they were concrete. It was concrete banding, and it performed. The concrete was integral with the slab below it as well, and so it was a very strong scenario. The current one with the granite is just like way weaker than what was even there prior with the original downtown mall.
I think I too would be interested in just your exploration of the granite, as opposed to the concrete. I think the clarity of the design is good, in that it's now very clearly telling a car to stay within this amount of space versus some sort of nebulous other space, and the intention is to move on through, don't park your car someplace. So I think as one of the main intentions of the improvements, I think it's successful in that way.
So, are we ready for a vote? Some things I've heard, just to recap, is desire to continue the Soldier Course border up to the tactile strip, but not across the vehicular lane. That we recommend there should be a historic landscape architect involved in the process and the project, as perhaps the details are being fleshed out, and that the BAR would like to be included in material selection, including colors and perhaps a workmanship. Maybe I should take out the word perhaps, a workmanship mock-up. Any other additional things that we've come up with? Y'all want me to make a motion?
I think you just did.
All right. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed repairs to the mall vehicular crossings at 4th Street East and 2nd Street West satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with the downtown mall and this ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application with the following conditions. The Soldier Course border should be continued to the tactile strip, but not across the vehicular lane. That an historic landscape architect should be involved in the project to review landscape architecture details, and that the BAR be involved in material and color selection, as well as in a workmanship mock-up review. All right. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll call a vote. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes.
Ms. Tabany?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for your hard work and keeping us safe on the downtown mall. All righty. Our next COA application is for 218 West Market Street. Construction of a multi-story hotel.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'm going
ma'am.
to recuse myself on this one, so I'll just step down.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All right, Jeff Werner.
All right, so,
It's been a while since we've had actual samples, isn't it?
this is a request, it's a COA request for a new hotel at 218 West Market Street, primarily known as the Artful Lodger site, or the old AMP building. It formerly had been the A&P store, constructed in 1938. This property is within the downtown ADC district. The current building is contributing, but you have approved the COA for the demolition of that. So this is a separate request for the approval of design of the new construction that's proposed there. You all have had several conversations about this last year and in February of this year here at the BAR meeting. I know that some of you have had some discussions, what we call the two-on-ones, with the applicant to discuss some things, and primarily working towards what is necessary for a submittal that the BAR can take action on. When this was submitted, I had some questions. This was a couple at the submittal deadline. I had some questions for the BAR, for the applicant, and I included in the staff report most of those that were answered. There was some additional information that they provided about the materials and the EFS. And you all received that from me. And there are still a couple of things that I don't have information on, but it's not necessarily, you all may choose that at this point that there's enough here for, to make a decision on. I mean, there's no absolute checklist of you must provide this or must provide that. So I bring that tonight, or bring this to you tonight to say, you know, if there's something you do wish to see, let's be crystal clear about it. But if you feel there's enough here, you can certainly make a decision. I also want to note that we don't have an application yet for a development plan or a site plan. So there may be issues that come up, particularly with the new zoning, that have to be addressed in the actual design. So if something through that process results in a significant change, I may have to tell the applicant that they need to bring it back to you for discussion. So hopefully that won't happen, but I want to be aware of that. And so I'll just read straight here from the staff report. My recommendation to the BAR take action to either approve or deny the requested COA, or if additional information is necessary, to recommend the applicant request a deferral and provide the applicant with specific recommendations on modifications and or additional information necessary for you all to take a formal action. Let me just flip the page here. And then I don't know, we circulated the drawings. I don't know if something is different. A comment was made earlier, but Mr. Pino is going to make his presentation, and I'll let you all decide. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Werner, I appreciate it. Bob, would you like to make a presentation, or Jeff?
Jeff, I'm actually going to start it off and run through some stuff, and then any detailed questions, I'll hand it over to Bob. Nitten's here as well, and the engineering team is here as well. So we've been at this, I look back 7 months probably in November, and admittedly, what we initially brought you was not up to my standards, not up to your standards. It was very corporate driven, and we spent a lot of time with your patience, your collaboration, getting to a point where we're all confident that we've met the design guidelines and we have an amazing project for the end of the mall. The renderings, because Bob and Nitin are awesome, speak for themselves. I'm going to go through some of the kind of development and design concepts, and like I said, then I can toss it to them for specific questions about like mullions and stuff that I can't answer. Am I controlling this, Kate?
I can scroll. I didn't have it in time to get it to comms.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I guess the
I'm your
next,
scroller.
huh?
I'm your scroller.
Okay, next slide then, yes. Also, I want to, as Bob pointed, we have materials here as well. I think we have every material covered that needs to be submitted, and you can ask questions about that, obviously. So here's the bird's eye view that you typically, and also I wanted to say, I really appreciate your time individually that you took to kind of meet with us in a quieter setting, which is good. We got to spend some time as well as the last 7 months. So this is just kind of a bird's eye view of what it is, but let's go to the next slide where I could talk about some, this is where we laid out exactly how each part of the building complies with the design guidelines as written. I don't think we have to run through those unless there's something specific that we will follow up with later, that you have something, but I don't think I need to go through every design guideline and how we meet them, but we were very specific on pointing out where we hit those. Next slide. Same thing, design guidelines checked off. Next slide. Okay, we get to some of the fun stuff. So this is the Preston Avenue side. Again, not necessarily a view you would see. Look, maybe you're in a hotel room in Omni or something, but it gives you an idea of what we were thinking and our priorities. One thing is we want the base, and you'll see it on the West Market Street, to kind of be like a sturdy, distinguished, sturdy, distinguished bottom part with a pedestrian experience focus. So you see we did the brick, we brought it up to 3 stories. That was partly in response to lining that up with the whiskey jar top of roof, so it seemed more fluid with that part of the mall and the continuation. It also added, kind of like I said, a heavier base, which the lighter part of the upper floors sit on, and we provided a lot of glass. You'll see even we added some additional glass on the West Market Street side. We added some glass above. I'll show you when we get to the eastern view looking down the mall. So we wanted it to read open air, vibrant, active, and Bob can also talk about how we lined up a lot of the columns and the spacing, and then our real focus, if you look on the pedestrian on the street, is if you continue, I think if you hit the next one, it'll be even, yeah. So one significant move we made, partly in our conversations over was we pulled our building back from the whiskey jar. Helped kind of let the building breathe, but it also provided us with this opportunity to do a pocket park, which is for the building and for that retail, but I envisioned that it'll be open parts of the day, so it would have like a public-private piece. But that allowed we looked at it between that and the second floor has a roof terrace that's an extension of our restaurant in the lobby. That was what we thought was like activity. I said glasses clinking, people talking, so to bring people past the whiskey jar, because one of my visions was to have the mall extend past where it's kind of like a dead end right now, and so that was a critical point. And then what we did along Preston was we actually extended the retail. Maybe go back to the last one for a second, just so we can. Yeah, so we brought the retail down all the way to pretty much the door, the entrance to the hotel. We have, it added more light and air and allowed for the shopping experience to continue. And that was, we figured would be used and more accepted than having a big stair, which would only be used at certain times. I will point out the gap between the hotel door and that last piece of retail is screened off, screened off operational space where trash will come out and stuff like that, but it's all hidden behind the building so you don't see it, but it allows that to wheel out, and that's why that is. And it was also important, we wanted to minimize the dark spots, so by by adding the air and light between the two buildings, that was active, and then bringing people down with the retail and then just having that small little space seemed like a much more pleasurable walk. And then we added the landscaping, and Cheval from Timmins is here, can talk to the specific trees, but it's a tree-lined street. And next slide. We go to the next one too. This is a tight-in shot of that what I call retail experience, restaurant experience. The restaurant on the second floor is a hotel restaurant, but we do think we'll get some customers not from the hotel, but we also envision, I would say, food and entertainment retail also along the ground floor to keep that active into the evening. Next slide. This is more of that. This is just a tighter look, looking up Preston. Next slide. This is a tight shot of the entrance from Preston into the lobby. That opening is pretty much for hotel residents. The experience will come from walking from West Market lobby through Preston, and the interior of that will be in a fashion to draw people over. We added the awning, and I think none of this has signage, by the way. We talked to Jeff about that we could submit a signage package separately, and so part of what we're gonna have to do is get really powerful signage along the retail and along this opening to bring people down as well. And I'm gonna leave out the specifics of the code, but I think we have to maybe get a little wiggle room from there in order for the retailers to have some signage. And there's a tight-in on that screen. I will say that screen is not architecturally designed to be complete. It's just an example of a screen. If we do something and it requires BAR approval, we'll come back. But our understanding is we can get an approval without that detail being done, and then we'll just bring it back to you. We'd like to spend some more time in that with that through kind of DD and CD. Next slide. The West Market Street side. So similar concept of kind of the heavier base here. Some of the additions we made over time was we added windows above the parking garage entrance. I'll remind everyone, the parking's attended, so everyone will be just dropping their car off. There's no reliance on a guest driving a car in there, out of there. Is part of the reason to do on the Preston side an ingress and also here, so cars could come out into two different roads and not just all come onto West Market, which I didn't have to be a traffic genius to know that wouldn't be a great idea to have all those cars coming off of Market. But we made it less kind of industrial with adding those windows, and planted a large tree out front, which again, Cheval could speak to the details of it, but brought it out and gave it enough area for the roots to grow, so that could be a sizable tree, because we recognize that we are taking down trees particularly along the Preston Street side, and we wanted to put back something of some real size and not just some boxwoods. We have a significant grade drop, so the walk towards Brown's, you'll see you have the wall and then you have the stairs and then it thins out. We created the patio above that wall so it would not just feel like a wall, basically. It's got indoor-outdoor feeling to it because the lobby windows, doors open up to that, so and we try to do a lot of that, like indoor-outdoor feeling. That's like the Pocket Park and this patio, and the restaurants on the second floor have two different patios now. One thing that also helped us when we moved away from, we showed you this large stair on Preston that we talked about last time. that stair had a double height, and by minimizing and moving that, we were able to put up another level, and that added another outdoor terrace. So this is a gathering spot, and the stair, we brought that in a little bit. It was larger last time, and thought that it was not a design use of space. We were calling it a ceremonial stair, but really it wasn't as inviting or desirable as the way it shows now and with the green. And just so you know, all the way to the left is the handicap access in order to get up to the hotel. The next slide. This is just a shot down Market. You did add the detail. Okay. We added a little detail design to the wall there. It was a little stark before, a little bland. We're sensitive to, we can't put glass because it abuts the browns, but what we did was we prioritized glass on, if you look at the property line and all the windows there, we moved the building back a little bit on that side as well as the lighthouse side to get windows there, and they would be protected if development happened there on either the lighthouse or Browns. And are we gonna have a shot of down the mall with the windows that we put on? We'll go to the next slide. Let's see the next slide. This is a tightened shot of that patio. I will say, again, my understanding, the wall meets the design guidelines. I don't think it's 100% done. I think similar to those rail fences on the other side. This, we need to spend some time, and I'd like to see it beautified, for lack of a better term, maybe with some greenery, something there. But right now, it works with it had to work with the grading, and also enable to get the terrace there was better than just having what we had before, a big wall. Next slide. That's a tightened shot of kind of the experience. You see the cars will pull in. John Wilson of Timmins can speak to that, as to that is permitted. It's on our property line or within the right of way. He could talk to the specifics of it. I know there was a question on whether we can do that, and we are permitted to do that. Next slide. This is our landscape plan that we have a couple of constraints here, specifically on Preston. There's what is it, stormwater, or is it? Yeah, stormwater goes under that, so we've got to be very mindful of the trees that we plant there, and so that's why you'll see that size tree. We had a little detail along Preston to kind of like a path to walk down, almost like you're walking steps, but it's those moves out from the trees kind of bring the guests from the either way, from the mall down or up. And then if there are any specific questions on the Market Street side, again, we have 2 trees planted there, as well as some lower green. Next slide. More landscaping detail. Next slide. Materials. And is that it?
And then just straight elevations.
Let me see this. Those are, we can speak to those if there are any specific questions. The one slide that's not on the abbreviated, but it's in your main package, is the view looking down the mall with the piece of building above the whiskey jar. And Okay, can you go back to maybe the third slide? I just wanted to point out one thing that we did also. The next one, no, I don't think we have it, but we could look at that slide. So to page right, to my page right,
You can go down one more and you'll see the edge of it.
oh, thank you, got it, awesome, okay. So above the, so we added a lot of brick. That's where, again, we prioritized our cost and focus on that base. And we also did is we added windows, and we added windows to the whole wall going up. If you recall, in the earlier iterations, it was just a wall, and we worked hard with, Nitin does a lot of interior Marriott care, so we moved some rooms, reconfigured some stuff, and structurally got the two windows going up that whole wall. And that, as far as the view looking down the mall, helped it a lot as far as beautification. I will say specifically, one member pointed out that we did not have brick on maybe one of the things. We solved that. I'm not sure that was just, but we made sure that the entire full 3 floors were in the brick. I think we had some that were not. And I will let Bob do the full defense, but it's not ephes. If we're past the days of what I call your grandmother's ephes. The paneling system that's on the top portion is it's a stucco, and it's what you call made of like it's a panelized, it's a system, right?
Yeah.
So we have the materials here and we can show that, but we don't call it that, and we don't look at that system as being quote ephes top. We look at it as a stucco top. And I will say that the coloration of that, we made it a lighter color, but not so. We didn't want it to pop necessarily in the skyline. We wanted the base to really be the focus of it and sort of have that top fade away. There's not necessarily a lot of color anyway, because a lot of it's glass, which we focus on. But if you're just kind of thinking like, why isn't it bright yellow or something? We wanted that to be secondary to that base experience. So that's what I got.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We will start with questions from the public. Nobody online? All right. Questions from the BAR?
Well, now you should stand.
I have a
Because they're definitely going to ask me stuff I don't, but I might.
I have a question for staff. I think you said some of the tree species were not on the master tree list, and you referenced an attached document, and I couldn't find that. Which tree is not are they not allowed to use?
I know ginkgo was removed.
Ginkgo was removed, okay.
And
Well, that's interesting.
And I just said that I'll just cover it with a note. And then, was I talking about this?
No, I mean, it was, you had a comment in there that one of the trees was not on the master tree list anymore, and I just wasn't sure which one that was that they can't plant.
It may have been, when I was referencing something attached, it may have been what I sent to Jeff and Bob, but.
But it was the ginkgos, or the.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know,
interesting.
Once I saw one, I just know that they had removed ginkgos, and so I just was covering the bases, instead of saying, I figured solve it with a condition. That's.
I'd love to know why they did that.
Yeah, there's been some discussion about that. So on the page 2 of the staff report, under the discussion, I do list some of the things that I had asked about and mentioned and how they might be resolved. So I had the ephes, the masonry, rooftop screening, and landscaping. And specifically that, just simply the condition any, whatever the trees are, that they be from the tree list.
So we're in the questions section, since I'm holding it, is this the proposed color? Okay.
It's hard to get panel made up with this.
Sure, but I mean, it sort of similar to
It's
what you're.
very close, yeah. but we have
In this family, if you, okay,
Yes.
so you do have color samples, okay?
Yep.
So, but this, of the layered system, this is what the
Correct.
final texture would be, and then which of these colors?
Those are the two accent colors, so there's a base color and an accent color. Obviously, the dark one is the accent
Yeah.
color, that's the base color.
I see, okay, thank you.
Jeff, did we answer the question about the screening, right, on the top?
Yes. And that was in the, yes, yeah, I mean, you provided the information, and that's where I say, if you all, I mean, so screening, rooftop screening of mechanical units is now required as part of the zoning ordinance. So that's not to say you all don't have to think about it, or, and I certainly wish you would, but the fact that it wasn't shown, and we know we'll have something, they provided a detail, and if that's sufficient, or if you want more information, you certainly can ask. I think that it would be, primarily is that rooftop, even though it says it in the ordinance, I think it's screened and how, and if you've got preferences of the color and material to state that.
So it's,
You have a question? Sort of. Oh,
so you're proposing a cedar finish on a fiber cement board? I'm reading that right?
There's no fiber cement board, there's the masonry stucco.
No, we're talking about
the screen.
Oh,
It's on
sorry,
the-
sorry.
But we will say, I mean, Nick could speak to it, we don't have like a farm of mechanicals up there, we have one.
One AON unit, which is probably 5 feet tall, because every window has a VTAC, so it's not centrally air conditioned. So it's just the corridor air we're pushing into the corridors, and that unit is 5 feet, 6 inches tall. One side is elevators, so you're not going to see that. So what we typically do is, once it is installed, see if it is visible, and then just cover the areas which are, it needs.
I think you're saying that the new code requires them to be screened?
Does it?
I mean,
Yes, so it's not from street level, it's you're assuming you're looking from a
99%
neighboring building.
You're not going to see that.
You're not gonna see it from the street, but it is, the zoning code specifically.
I agree. So if we see that, we'll do that.
No, not if, the zoning code requires it, and it's not because, you can't, they're not asking you to walk around on the street level and look up and say, can I see it? It's assuming that you're gonna see it from an adjacent building. So, yeah.
See it
it's
from the
required.
Omni, because you're on an upper floor, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's, yeah, so I think, so then getting back to the finish and the coloring of this, the cedar finish is, I guess, reddish wood tone? Is that my guess?
We can get those fiber cement boards on any colors, so we can select.
Can you go to the?
I'm not trying to get hung up on it either. so-
Well, I'm looking up on it, it's pressure treated, it's a pressure treated fence.
Right.
So no, I've got a problem with it.
So-
Fair enough.
So if I can clarify, my reason for pointing this out is that, yeah, that's fine, go, stop. Stop,
No.
that's good.
No.
So.
It's an older image.
It's okay.
It's that, I wouldn't want, when the construction drawings come in and I'm looking at a building permit, that there's a 6-foot panel right around the perimeter of the roof. And that's all that we're screening. So I think it goes to, and I thank you for being the one who's raised this over the years, that the location of that screening and what it is important. And I don't want it to show up and this suddenly looks like has an
Yeah.
additional story on top of it.
That's fair. I think it also is, be curious to see, you could argue that the screening is, taller than your unit, but what if you're in a building that's even taller than that and you're looking down on it, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about that, so.
And I think some of where this comes from is like on West Main Street, there was the argument that, you can't see it from the street, but the street's hilly and from a distance, we have a lot of tall buildings that have very large pieces of equipment. I know you're saying yours is just one small one.
Just one
but
small
it's-
unit because it's not centrally air conditioned.
I mean, I think we have to read the code carefully. You're saying that you need the screening regardless of, regardless of whether the piece is
Yeah.
this big or there's 100 units up there. Okay, yeah, so then we will provide, so that's our sketch-up of what we would provide. You're saying you didn't like the material, or you would want to see something different, or?
I mean,
or
I
is
don't-
it something we can bring you later, or?
Probably could be later.
I just want to make sure that it's not,
And that roof is so deep, I don't think you're gonna be able to see it.
I understand that, just that it's
They
not
just-
shown.
The placement of it, where would it be?
And then all of a sudden, it's, 2 feet back from the entire perimeter, and, there's a bunch of cell tower stuff up there. I just,
It's going to be more towards the center courtyard area. You're not going to see that, but we will provide screening for
Okay.
that.
And typically, a lot of these bigger buildings have more like air chillers and things like that, big pieces of equipment, so the screening becomes part of the architecture. In this case, you're not gonna, it's a very discreet.
room units and.
Yeah, exactly.
This is more code compliant and design oriented, because we're not practically, I mean, I understand you're gonna be seeking, but we're not practically having to screen a farm of condensers, which is one, but so we're just gonna screen. I think we have some flexibility and, we don't need like a 9-foot.
No, I think the code says it needs to be, I think, as tall as the tallest piece of equipment. And I can't pretend I can quote it, but I'm pretty sure that it says just needs to be as tall as the tallest piece of equipment. And no, I don't think we're talking about, it doesn't say you have to put a fence around the whole perimeter. You could put it, as close to the equipment as keeps the equipment functional, has enough airflow. But yeah, that was something that, I apologize, I made sure that was in the code, so I know that's the problem. That was my fault. For
No, I
putting
mean, that's, and we appreciate that we answered. I thought I heard you say something about I don't know.
It's a pressure-treated fence, and, I mean, we don't allow that anywhere in the AEC districts. So I don't know if you could, just, would paint be sufficient for us or something, or
So
would it
it's
just?
a wood building, right? So the building is wood construction. The podium is concrete, but the building above is wood frame.
No, he's just asking about the wood, about the
wood
screen.
posts. Yes, so that's what I was going
Up.
towards, yes. So what we do is, when we frame it, these posts are embedded into the structure, and then the roofing is complete, and then this is applied. The screening is applied to it. So what you see there, the pressure treated wood, is because that's what marries with the structure. What we put on the top of that is a floor.
Could be whatever, could be a variety.
It could be aluminum, it could be, these are fiber cement boards. That's what we're showing.
Can I ask a question, a different question? Speaking of HVAC, the windows, are they going to be operable? No, all
Windows are
fixed?
Not operating.
And, let's see, I had one other question, but no.
And
it's-
that's a sample of those windows. It's pretty, it's a composite window. You'll see pretty high quality sections.
What's the
So
manufacturer?
triple pane.
Do you have a spec, do you have a manufacturer for the?
Yeah, it's a Intus windows.
Yeah, I just checked, operation, we don't have operable windows in the hotel.
It creates more problems.
Yeah.
Insurance wise, everything. People leave it open, kills the moisture and everything.
questions?
They might need
Yeah, I'll share it.
to.
All right. Any comments from the public?
I love it. Oh, no, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you. Open it to comments from the VAR.
I'll start.
right.
And because I just remembered my other question, which is that that entry from the mall, you were saying that's mainly for guests. Is it a locked entry up to that stair, or is it
The
a?
lobby is 24/7.
Okay.
That's how these hotels operate.
Yeah.
Although what they do is for the safety purpose, during certain, like, let's say 8 o'clock, or this could be late because this is mall.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they will have some camera requesting
Mhm,
entry.
sure, yeah.
There's the button, the person on the front desk who's there 24/7,
Yeah.
release it and they can come in. But that's strictly off the business hours.
Sure, that makes sense. So that'll just segue into, and I'm probably going to reiterate a lot of the points that we talked about last week. And I realize, it was last week, so you didn't have a chance to address them. First, I just want to thank you for your cooperation in this and your collaboration. I think you pointed out from the get-go, you spent a lot of time, and you've come in front of us in a way that allowed us to be heard, and I feel like you've heard us, and it's really appreciated by all of us, especially considering the previous submission, where, there wasn't really a gesture towards that. And I think that's really an important part of this process for everybody to kind of come together for bettering the community. As far as the overall design, I think massive improvements from the beginning. The continuity that's now provided on the mall side really is working well with the continuation of the brick and the relationship of that lower part of the facade with the existing fabric. The separation of the buildings, a huge move to create that pause and just the separation between the old and the new. Not to mention the kind of opportunity that it affords is really I think a great advantage that you found. The issues that I have still, the biggest one, I think, is the connection that's allowed between the mall through. I still want to see. I was disappointed when I saw the grand stair go away, and I still want to see some sort of ability to walk through the hotel. I think that would be, even if that is just meant for hotel guests. When I'm walking on that section, I want to be able to get through that big block. I think it would be a good thing for the city and the good thing for that particular location of the mall.
One comment here, we also reached out to Marriott to get their feedback.
Mhm.
And they have a life safety team.
Mhm.
They're pretty big on Mod 14 life safety, which is NFPA, and all of that. These guys shot down the grand staircase. They said it's a life safety issue.
Well, and
on the top,
yeah.
it's a 14 feet fall, you get sued, right?
That makes a lot of sense, and also the design team explained to us separately and showed us that it wasn't really feasible.
Right.
And I think that makes a lot of sense.
You
That
cannot monitor it.
yeah.
There and all that.
That being said, I'd love to see that canopy raised another floor as a sort of a nod to something more than just a private entrance and possibly a connection or a beginning of a connection through the hotel, and something that gives more of a welcome and more of a sort of a heightened sense of entry from the mall. It encourages people up, which probably wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing for the hotel. And you know, as you're walking underneath all these clinking glasses, you want to be able to access that if you want to. So I think that would be some kind of a move to allow people to come in would be my number one. My other big issue still is with the West Market Street side. And this is just more of an aesthetic thing, but it's also related to the idea that's in our guidelines of what is sort of appropriate for a particular region or a particular region of our city. And I think in the downtown mall, I just question, I really like the sort of drop off in the lower portion. It's just that the upper, if you want to go to that perspective, the upper portion. Yeah, the upper, and I want to see perspective of it. The upper portion is still really prominent, and it still feels really placeless. So to me, it doesn't jive with the sort of uniqueness. And I'm not even looking for necessarily historic. I think there's just something special about our mall, and I'd like to see something that's, I don't know, just a little, has something that separates it. And you know, when I look at that facade, I think of kind of, you know, every other kind of hotel that you see around a place that doesn't have a necessarily distinct, special identity. But that's, so I would love to see, if we had this conversation a few weeks prior, I just would have loved to see what other kind of ideas you came up with. So I'd just like to sort of push you up with, in thinking about that a little bit more, just because this is such a special place and it's a unique opportunity for the city. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I will echo that this is vastly, vastly improved from the last time we saw it. There are still some things that I'm concerned about, and they do have to do with the streetscape. So again, going back to the zoning code, I've mentioned this a couple of times since you've come before us. The streetscape, the plantings, the sidewalks, the trees. So looking at the zoning code, or section 4.4.5A3, when there's not enough room in the public right-of-way for the required streetscape, the clear walk zone and greenscape zone must be provided on-site as a permanent public access easement. So I've mentioned this before, when there's not enough room for the street trees, the building has to get smaller. And you guys are continuing to try to squeeze it in there while keeping your building the same size, and it's better. It's a lot better, but it's still, you haven't met the zoning code, so you're going to have to get an exception. And I have a feeling that, staff is probably going to listen to the BAR and say, well, did the BAR like it? Well, if they did, then okay, we'll approve it. Or if we don't, I'm sure that they're going to lean on us for that. I'm a little leery of, I don't like setting precedents for things that we really want in the city and that we want in our ADC districts. I looked up the street typologies. West Market is a downtown street typology, so that requires a 6-foot clear walk zone, an 8-foot greenscape zone, and for the greenscape zone, you're required to have large trees on average every 30 feet, or small or medium trees if there are power lines involved, which you have a power line at the top corner, every 15 feet on average. So if we're going with the large trees, that's, you would need 4 large trees on Market Street. And you've given us 1 large tree and kind of like a large shrub. So I realize it's constrained. It's really constrained, and it is much better than what you started with, but it's still, we'd be setting a precedent for basically throwing away that part of the zoning code, which is a really, really important part of our zoning code. And it, again, because our guidelines call for street trees and creating, I forget what the wording was for the section, but they're encouraged. So I'm a little worried about that. You've almost done it with the small trees on Old Preston, but I'm still a little worried that, you can see on that plan that the trees are in the sidewalk a little bit. And I think that was, somebody realized that where you've got them, there's not enough room where you've put them, or at least it doesn't seem like there is. So it would be, I'd hate for you guys to get through your design and then all of a sudden there's no trees there because they just actually don't fit between the foundation of the building and the edge of the sidewalk. And your views make it pretty obvious how important those are. So I would be very worried about what if you lose those as this building gets through its site plan process. And I don't want staff to think, well, the BAR said this is okay, so, we can just ignore the trees. I would be a little leery of that. So that's one thing that's holding me up. I'm also, I mentioned this during our 2-on-2 meeting, I'm worried about the portion of West Market where you go from garage door entrance to transformer, which I guess you guys haven't totally figured out what that transformer is yet, to then an 8-foot tall wall, which does come to I think it's a nice treatment once you get up to the steps, and then you've got, it's a low wall and a planter, and that all seems really nice, and coming down the hill seems really nice, but just that section walking up from the Vinegar Hill Theater, I think is going to be kind of pretty severe. It's going to be like walking on the other side of the street where you've got a big retaining wall and a mural right there, but that's about it. And so I don't know what more you guys could do. Is the patio area, it seems really nice on your elevations and in your perspectives, but I'm wondering how much use that would get, and would that be better somehow stepped or turned into a planter or something? I don't know. And I think obviously putting any greenscape there is going to hurt your signage opportunities, which I'm sure Marriott's probably not too happy about. But at the same time, I'm not really, that's not so much my concern. So I apologize for being really harsh about that, but I have mentioned this every single time you've come before us, that you need to make sure there's room for the streetscape, and I'm worried that you haven't done that.
So I keep getting these two sides, right? One is you have to leave the building to the building setbacks, which are, he can talk more about zero, right? You're telling me push the building all the way in to create two different things, right? One is saying I have to bring the building to the property line. The second one is
Your setbacks move if you don't have room for the streetscape. That was the intention of that part.
I understand that, but the code is saying I need to bring the building to the front.
Has city staff told you that?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's
That's
unfortunate.
Well, it is, but then what do I do?
Well, no, I think it's our obligation to comply with code. What Carl's saying is he's concerned that we don't comply with code. He's reading the code, but we're not a code. We're not here for code. We're here for. But you're nervous that if you approve the design of.
Well, I'm also I would like to see. I think as part of our reviewing of this building, one of the problems I have as far as it being in the ADC district is that you don't have any street trees, or you have one. And then on Old Preston, you do have an attempt at putting in some trees, but I am concerned that, I can approve that yes, they're going to be there, and I know that's what Jeff is going to probably tell me to do, is that it's, just go with what's in the application, but I am worried that they show up in two different places on your landscape plan versus your site plan, and it doesn't seem like they actually fit.
Shabal, can you speak to the reality of it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, I can answer some more of that. So, I mean, yes, those trees are fitting on the old Preston side. And just so you know, that ginkgo, as far as I know, is an approved tree that is at the code building as well. So unless that's changed within the last few weeks.
I don't know, I know that last fall there was a stink about, Steve Gaines said no ginkgo.
Oh, I've been working well with Steve Gaines. Steve Gaines and I are working on tree preservation codes, so as far as I know, I'm glad to look that up as well. So, and again, the issues that we're dealing with here on Old Market, Market Street, again, we have a Jefferson elm going down close to the old Vinegar Hill Theater. Unfortunately, we have underground utilities up in the other area, so that hawthorn is kind of a compromise for root structures. So again, if we're going to go into the code, we're going to have to look at really tearing up a block system underneath the street, underneath those sidewalks, to get those trees in. So I think that's a bigger conversation, and I just want to bring that there's a bigger issue there. So what we've done, and
Well, can I interject for one second? I think that's why the code has zoning administrator can look at the actual site, and I didn't understand, I never thought we have to go get the special exception and then come in here, but if we don't comply with code, we'll have to then go get some special exception, and then the code is specifically filled with ways to discuss that with staff to know that what Cheval's saying is we can only comply to this level.
That's exact, I mean,
So I
you
don't.
nailed our last year in meetings of
Right.
trying to resolve this, and it's where you and I have had many, many conversations about this, the which is first, chicken, egg, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where I don't know how to thread the needle.
No, and so I guess what I'm saying is, as far as our BAR purview is concerned, I am concerned that this is the streetscape still isn't quite there. Between the blank wall that you guys said you're still working on, I understand that, but we kind of want to know what that's going to be, and then the lack of greenery.
if I can address one thing that you were concerned about, that if this, what you're seeing today is not going to be, it's going to be adjusted to the site plan. But no, this is exactly what we're submitting into it, and we believe that this is fitting to, minus other, concerns of the greenery, the limited space is a conversation. And yes, we're still in development of, creating the pocket park, the wall screening and all that. So I think it's not misrepresenting the greenery, I think it's the challenges of the space as well. But I just wanted to address that this is accurate for what we have.
The minor thing, and again, it should be considered a good thing that this is such a minor point, but the screening on the roof, again, use some like aluminum louver thing, something that's permanent, not pressure treated wood. It's a small item. It shouldn't be a big cost. And Jeff found this section. It was 6 inches higher than the top of the equipment. And there's another code section that just says it use durable, permanent materials. I guess you could argue pressure treated wood is long lasting, but anyways, I'm going to back off a little bit on the stucco. I know that had been a hang up of mine. I feel like it's not a common material for tall buildings in a downtown area, especially not a historic downtown. But I guess we do have some precedent. And the fact that it's mostly glass helps, and the fact that you're dividing it up a lot, and I see you've divided it up a little bit more than was in our packet, I think helps it a little bit more like, what I would rather see is, some sort of stone panels that are held on or something like that, something you'd see in other tall buildings, and I think it's trying to get there. So I struggled with that a lot, and I'm going to back off of that a little bit. I am curious, I know you're saying you're using stucco. Are you putting it on top of rigid insulation? Out of my own curiosity.
I know exactly what you're saying. So obviously the concern about the ethos is styrofoam.
Well, I don't have a concern with ethos. I would actually.
People have this conception that they get dinged, and it doesn't last and all that. This doesn't have styrofoam. This is all concrete.
So how are you?
So we have.
It's not our purview at all, but how are you doing are you doing exterior insulation?
So it's a wood building.
Wood, that's right, wood. Okay, there you go. That was
That's
it, sorry.
answer.
I keep thinking it's gonna be
Yeah.
a different building
It's
type.
allowed to be.
Gotcha.
In front.
I know that's totally not our purview, that was 100% me, just, I'm curious, sorry.
Although these systems do come with continuous insulation also. So we have an option, once we run our com check, we will know if we need any extra exterior insulation. There's a lot of glass on this building, it's like, what, 80%?
It's a 60% glass, if you look at just the facade where the windows are.
Huge amount of glass. So I have to put a lot of insulation wherever I can. That's why we picked up the triple pane windows.
I'm gonna shut up so other people can talk. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Roger, go
I'll
ahead.
I'll chime in. So I just want to say this is, since I've been on the board, the most dramatic improvement I've seen of a project. And I think, you know, I think David talked about it. It's been a good back and forth to get to this point. So I commend you. I mean, I'm going by what I see here, and if we can get trees that look like this on the downtown mall, I think this is the downtown mall elevation that you've shown us here the last is really successful. I mean, I think it does everything that we were kind of hoping that would happen. The building has an anonymous quality once you get sort of above that cornice, and I actually don't mind that so much because it is quiet. I'd actually be worried if there were more kind of articulation up there, and that it might create kind of I like that it just kind of goes away to the sky practically. I feel pretty strongly on the Market Street side that there might have to be some looking at sacrificing a little bit of that patio space for greenery. And, you know, we had talked about potentially having some something growing down that wall or from above it, and
Creepers.
and I can't from the plan here, from this view, tell sort of what the requirements would be in the patio, but that would be maybe a way to get some more greenery in this elevation. But I mean, I would support this right now.
I totally agree with Roger's last comment and the other comments from the board. I would love to see I have a question about the little blue stem on that, on this facade. I would love to see something, as you've rendered, kind of continue across onto the patio side. And I also think it's really important to articulate that tall wall more. Maybe that can happen with lights, like recessed lights, kind of along that wall, giving a nod to the people on that street walking down the road. I think that could be really interesting and playful, but definitely something has to happen there. Something that's been, I agree also that this is a great improvement, and I think that really happy to see all the development thus far. There's something that keeps bothering me about both facades, and that there's like a kind of an A-B rhythm across the facade, and then on the mall side there's also a C. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the kind of width of the stucco. I think a building of this size and this sort of grandeur of presence on the mall should have it should be more definitive. Like the B should be a bigger width, or it should all be the same. Like right now they're too similar, and it feels like a mistake of somehow. So I would recommend kind of looking at that facade on both sides to sort of regularize that, make it very sort of stately in that, like we're, make it look intentional, I guess. I did have another question about lighting. It looked like you had two types of lights for the exterior. There was a wall sconce and a down light, a recessed light.
So there will be 2 wall sconces. So this is just to comply with the egress code. When you come out of the staircase, we have to have certain foot candles, and we don't have any ceiling in a couple of places. That's why we have the wall sconce. The rest of it is all ceiling lights.
Ceiling lights, okay. I guess I was wondering if maybe there would be an opportunity for another type of light at the ramps perhaps, or at the stairway. I feel like maybe you could have some step lights just for pedestrian safety coming up the stairs and at the entrances.
Source. She's saying like at the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah. Well, we can even have the recessed lights in that wall itself, which
Right.
bleed over. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that would be great, and also maybe
lights.
stair lights,
And that
step
will make that
lights.
wall more interesting. Yeah,
Mhm.
it will break it up. Also, I think we're talking about different ideas, how to make that wall more interesting.
Okay.
And
I was just talking to Siobhan.
ways of doing it.
I mean, part of it says the advancement is the structure, like if we're going to attach something to it, we were just talking, what would it attach to? So, again, it's, we talk about the chicken and the egg, it's, some of this stuff really, we need the blessing and then to go really to DD and decide what that is, and then bring it back to you for the final, but as I say, like, a lot of these areas, you kind of want to blow up like its own room and then sit there and just spend time on it, and it's not just like, let's drape some flowers over it or something.
Sure.
So,
Seeing this view on the screen also makes me want to ask, are you the landscape architect? You are. Do you think the blue stem will do well on the north side of the building like that, with the shade of the building?
It should, yeah, I mean, we should.
Okay. I question that, but I think I also wanted to echo your point about the entrance on the mall. I think I'm okay with not, the stair going away, but I think having something more grand there would be great. And I'm looking at this, and I wonder if you want your guests to be coming in with cars at like such close proximity. Is there a screen that happens at that point that sort of blocks the view of the car entrance? I just wonder about that adjacency. Well, I see the garage door right next to the entry, like right next to the entry, pedestrian
You're saying
entry.
some kind of screening there?
Well, something. I mean, I just wonder if that's a.
We can.
Or a hedge, something green.
We just have to make sure that we don't stop the walkway. So walkway is beyond that, so up to the walkway, we can bring out some screen.
And then my last question is about this gate on the, beside the whiskey jar. Is that necessary? Can we leave that more open? Maybe could it be lower? I love this space. I just don't want it to feel like you're in jail when you're in there. Or not allowed, or the public isn't welcome in that space.
it's designed to be the building's space and that retailer space. So operationally, it will be that, it's our goal to have that be open for parts of the day and be more public, but in order to lease that space, in order operationally for Marriott, it's got to be a building-driven space.
I mean, you walk out of the building right now, and you see how many hobos are there.
Yeah.
Right now. This will be filled.
I don't want to repeat too much. I think I want to echo everybody's sentiment that this has come a long way, and we really appreciate y'all working so hard on it. I think David had a good point about and Kate about the entrance on Old Preston. I thought you had a good idea of actually raising the canopy up a floor. Like the grand staircase, we understand doesn't work, but raising that canopy up, maybe even making it a little bigger or something. I also think the grade change, like you're coming down that hill off of the downtown mall, and so by raising that canopy up, you actually might see it from the mall, and it kind of says, hey, this is where you come in the building, right? Like this is the entrance to the hotel. So I think that's hopefully it's something that's not too hard to do, just raising that canopy up as a feature. And also, I think the Preston side facade is really successful with the rusticated base, so to speak. And I wonder if there's a way to carry some of that to the Market Street side. Not necessarily wrapping the whole building, because I don't know if it needs to, but you could, the cornice line here, which I know is a comment I had of kind of trying to pick up on the cornice line of the historic block, right? At that same level on the Market Street side would really just be that one story up above the lobby, and if you could kind of accentuate that, that might help to break down that mass and keep it from looking so plain, like so kind of anywhere USA, right? To kind of just give both sides, both entrances to the hotel some character, really. You know?
I also want to thank you. I think you guys have done a very good professional job. You've presented it to us in a way that is really helpful for non-architects and for us to be able to feel this. I want to echo a desire to have on the mall side, more integrated, a way to feel like the hotel and the mall are more integrated. But overall, I really appreciate what you've done and feel like you have gone out of your way to help us, and that's been great.
All right.
I guess getting back to more of a detailed question or comment. I think we do need to address the thin brick because our guidelines say don't use it, but I know you've provided a product that, it's got a drainage plane behind it. We've allowed it on other buildings. One thing that I've noticed on the other buildings, I know that they make corner pieces, but most of the other buildings that have used this have very minimal corners. The Code building has metal strips basically preventing any corner from happening. And I think the Lark or 1000 West Main, similarly, it's used in a very flat way. But so I'm just want to make sure you've got a lot of ins and outs and articulation.
So this manufacturer comes with the whole system. It comes with corners, it comes with transitions, it comes with full break of the same color.
Okay.
And the thin break. So we selected one which we can use it the way it suits to the.
So even like the corbelling that I'm seeing in this view, and that's all gonna.
All of that.
Okay.
They provide the whole system.
And I guess my point in that is that I think this articulation you're showing in the brick is really great, and I don't want to lose it. So just it's
That's how we
please
do it.
keep it through.
Yes.
Value engineering, whatever else is probably could potentially happen later on.
Question though, I mean, the thin brick is more expensive than.
It is up to a certain extent, but it gets more complicated once you use the full brick because the amount of space required to build, you need a cavity, then you have full brick, all of that, and this is tight building.
It's interesting though, because the recesses that you're showing, those windows, seems like you could very easily accommodate a typical masonry construction. I mean, that's not really part of our purview in some ways, but.
We can in
Yeah.
places.
Yeah.
Because there's large openings create another challenge, those, we have to put shelf angles, and that's,
Yeah.
it's more complicated.
I mean, I've used thin brick before, and I think pretty successfully. It's just, it's a newer product,
Yeah,
and
there
it's.
is a slide in that the whole presentation, the system which we are using is pretty neat. It's got the metal panels behind it, and then we install this. There is a whole building built on Pantops. I did that, it's a Holiday Inn. We used that system there. It's very successful.
Be worthwhile doing a cost comparison though, if, you could actually use true masonry in that, because it seems, I'd just be curious to what the cost differences
It's
is.
comparable, I can tell you that. It's not that bad.
I'd like to just address the comment about the top portion that I had taken some issue with, and in kind of in response to Roger's comment, which is the same back and forth we got into, just to clarify, because I don't know how clear I was. I think what I was referring to, and not so much on this elevation, because I feel like the base is so prominent, the top kind of goes away, but it's on the street side, the top part is more prominent than the base, and so I think that's why it's more of a concern to me. And I just want to clarify that the point I'm making is not for more necessarily something more elaborate that calls attention to itself. And actually, you brought up a really good point when we were talking about the Omni and how successful it is, sort of as a monumental thing that and its whole sort of design intention was to, in some ways, disappear, right? Not to call so much attention to itself. So there was a monumentality to it, but there was a sort of a subtlety and a quietness to it. But it's also unique in that way, and I think that's kind of more what I'm looking for here. Something, and I think you responded to it as well in your comment about this isn't necessarily a material thing. It's more of a compositional issue and a design issue. Just looking for something that's a little bit more appropriate, a little more identifiable with our special place that we're putting it. Does that make sense?
It does, but I tend to disagree with you because I think that, I think this is the rationality of the building, the rationality of the units and how the building works is an extension of the program. So all the units want to stack.
Yeah.
There's a kind of a Bauhaus kind of view to it, that the ornamentation is stripped. And I think that it's an addition to all the great things that we like about Charlottesville, but this is another element that I think is gonna enrich it. So I tend to not think that it needs that level of ornamentation because it's.
Well, again, it's not really ornamentation. I think the be all end all is that that facade, that sort of composition just feels like everywhere. It seems like any Marriott you see anywhere.
Yeah, I disagree with it because I think that, well, this is subjective, but it's about a lot of the images that we showed is about that, what it feels like from the pedestrian's perspective, or what it feels from the car, what it feels like from the approach. So
I think this perspective does a really good job of showing that. I think that's what I'm reacting to.
Yeah.
I think the base makes a lot of sense. It's just that the top portion is very prominent, and we all drive up that road every day. So just
So
I
it's
think,
exactly, the difference is driving versus walking.
yeah.
So one side of the building is more pedestrian feel because you can't see.
Yeah, your
more than
car doesn't.
Close, because there's not much distance available. This is the road where you're going to see it on the cars. That's why it's a different perception from both sides. Completely different.
Well, so.
Unless you have a sunroof, unless you have a.
Well, so I wouldn't, this is the view you're gonna see, that's why we showed this view.
Yeah.
So it's a difference of opinion about, is this appropriate or is it not appropriate?
Right.
The focus is gonna be, most people's focus is gonna be as you approach it. But this is a view that you will see.
Yeah.
So it's a difference of opinion about what the intention of the building is. I think that it's rational and it's proportional, and it's a lot of the activity of the building, the facade, 60% of that facade is glass. So articulating the activity inside of it, we've had those accent panels, those discussions that you and I have had previously. But so I'm unabashedly like the simplicity of it, and I like the organizational structure of it. It is what it is, and it identifies the program behind it in a very rational way. So I like this. You could call it a stripped down aesthetic, but there's other elements that are playing well within that framework. So I like I think it's where it's supposed to be, in my opinion.
Can I, actually, can I piggyback that on a lot of the comments of the entrance on Preston? There's a concept that maybe Ally like there. Things are actually hipper and cooler if you have to find them and they're not like in your face. There's a part of this marketing branding of this hotel that has like a hipness to it. I think that we'll be denigrating that if we start like flashing lights, like calling that to that area. Preston to me it's retail, that's the activity. It's not come to this, most people that enter there are going to be hotel patrons or maybe going to that restaurant and they're going to be intrigued by people there. So what I'm concerned about is our intention of kind of having that like behind the velvet ropes and behind something that's like, it is we're going to kind of destroy that. Versus the other side with the patio and the more lights and the bigger thing, that's like the big, light in the sky of like, come here. So
Yeah, I'm not, I guess, again, when I started talking about this, my point was not to draw attention to itself necessarily. It's just to, and again, I think it's rooted in the guidelines of, is this appropriate for this particular area? Does it tie into the historic nature of where it's being built? I'd argue that the Omni does in a way. It's a modern complex that houses a lot of hotel rooms, but it's unique in the way that it kind of uses a pretty mundane material, and it's unique in the way that it, is a subtle design. It doesn't call attention to itself. It's a monumental building, but it's quiet, and so I'm just looking for a little bit more in that direction, or that's what I would hope for. And I do think it kind of still sort of has a corporate feel on this side. I know. You see in a lot of places.
Well,
I'll stop there.
no, I was following up also with Kate, and I think the stair, we could play maybe that, but you understand what I'm saying about kind of that area to us is, is the kind of like, you have to find us hip or cool. It's almost like what's happening in more urban lobbies in residential buildings. They're not these big things anymore. They're kind of these quaint, you come in and you go up.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, yeah, and there is the connection between West Market and Preston internally, and like I said, the design of that internal staircase of going down, that's the draw internally for the pedestrian, the guest to go either way. We were envisioning a quieter thing, so I'm hesitant to bring you back something. We can look at the awnings and stuff and a couple of things, but it's still to me kind of that, like, I go back to Ally, like the find me kind of, and what we all know over time is that people get trained. People know where to go, right? They know to turn the corner and get to this place or where it is if they want. And so I guess I'm less concerned with that. Hello, we're here. This is how you get to the
I think,
door.
well, and I think part of my, I said I was going to be quiet, but part of my comment too relates to Carl's point about, in this kind of a bigger building, you would expect to see something a little bit more. And not that I'm necessarily against the ethos. Again, I think this is more of a design thing, but I kind of expect to see something more Class A, kind of big, big time commercial, something you'd see in a downtown space, and more appropriate. Again, we're all about sort of tying into our guidelines, and so what I'm talking about is just a way of tying into the guideline of trying to find something appropriate for this space, and honestly create a precedent that other people, when they develop, will sort of follow and be encouraged by, so that we, in 40 years, we have a downtown that's sort of noble, like a lot of the other downtowns we respect.
So I think ultimately it comes down to, do we feel like this application is ready for approval now, or are we hoping they were going to come back with some tweaks? I think maybe kind of a good problem to have, right, is that we've worked with this applicant a lot over the last half year, and they've made really great improvements, right, from where they started. And I think therefore we're sort of like, ooh, but can we make this little one thing much better, right? And like now we're getting into the details of picking it apart, and so it's sort of, how much further down the road do we go, or do we say, you know what, they've actually responded pretty well, and this building does meet our guidelines, right? So I don't know what y'all feel like. What do y'all think about some of the comments that you've heard tonight, or, I don't know, we've batted it around a lot, so I just don't want to keep spinning wheels.
Purely candid, I'm gonna just be purely candid. I, with all due respect, I don't think we're gonna do something different on the upper portion. I think it's an aesthetic we like, and I think it is contextual. We know, as I said, if we have to do something with that wall, we're about the pedestrian experience. I think we need time. The chicken, always with these things, it's really tough because we're trying to figure out what we can build and then go into DD and really see. So Cheval, so that wall needs something. We know that. That will improve that entrance on Preston. I think we can make some improvements. We can draw more attention, but I'm kind of stubborn about that. It's supposed to have that feel, and not the look at me feel. So the retail's supposed to have that. So we could make some little things there. We obviously have to comply with code. So Timmons will go back and make sure that we are, and whatever exceptions we need, we'll have to. We know we have to comply with code. I always find that conversation interesting because you're also giving the approval on the exterior of the egress, and we have to comply with code on the egress. Carl, you probably are measuring it to see that it's the right width and everything, and it complies with ADA. I've typically never ran into these conversations because the BAR is blessing the general aesthetic, and we have to comply with code. And if we don't have enough trees, we've got to put enough trees there. So we will look at that, make sure we comply with code, and we've worked really hard to have greenscape there, so there's no shortage of that. I don't know what else. The only, I frankly didn't understand what Kate's comments about the boxing, and that's an architect thing. But Kate had a visualization kind of that it's too.
I think it's really the spacing of the width of the stucco changes at every window, so.
It's like a thin, thick.
It's thin, it's thick, it's thin, but it's like 2 inches thicker.
That's right, it's almost.
Versus one,
You want it more dramatic, so that it's really a difference.
Or all the same. I mean, honestly, I would love it to just be all the same. Like. No, on the other, this here, so that's thinner than that one.
So this pilaster here and here are equal width, and then here and here?
Yes. So between the HVAC units, it's thinner, and then it gets thicker when there's no HVAC unit.
Here we go.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I guess the big picture thing is that this is going on for quite a while, right? And there's a point where how far down are we going to go down to the nth degree to figure this out? The owner who's dying to do, and I'm talking process-wise. There's a lot of information that's been given, from my perspective as kind of a designer here, and working with the community, you've got a really great ownership group. You've got a great architect who was, open to our suggestions. Process, we listened to everything that's going on here. We listened to Jeff. We read the guidelines. We iterated 1,000 iterations through this. We're getting to. I'm not suggesting that that there's an end to this, but I'm just asking that question, where is the end? Because it goes on and on and on and on, and there's a certain point where, as somebody who's getting paid to try to deliver something for the clients, and knowing this community, it's designing by committee is hard, number one, but then all the steps that it takes to get movement and to get what I think is a good design that's good for the owner, good for the other architect who's working here, it's a lot to do. That's the general thing. I'm very happy with the way that the building is. From my perspective, it fits a lot of what I consider to be good design. So then, I guess there's a procedural question: how many more times? And the next time, is it not the column width? Now it's the entrance to the door, and maybe it's the lights and it's a lot. It's a lot, to be frank about it. And maybe that's the point. But process-wise, it's hard to keep up with all the iterations. So I don't know how to solve that. If you could make the bay structures the same, if you could get some lights on the wall, if you could dematerialize
The lighting, that's a good point. But I think part of that goes into that wall thing that we keep working at. But I also understand the lights on the stairs.
Yeah, but let's take the other example of the stair that we're talking about. There's a whole system of that's an egress path, and it's in the location it has to be, or is at this point, because of the pattern of if you look at the interior floor, systems can't move that staircase, so the staircase is anchored. The location of that, articulating it so that it's a little bit more open. Okay, we actually did that. I don't know if you saw that, but we pushed the front door out so it wasn't recessed, increased the glass that was there. So I think all these moves are important, and they're getting us to, but a whole scale look at the whole thing again, and I'm not suggesting anybody's doing that, but these little incremental things all over the place just take a lot of energy and a lot of time, and trying to get to yes. How do we get to yes?
No, I totally appreciate that. I mean, we've all been there, and
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna, I think we defer, and I think we come back with, we're not this whole, we come back with 4 or 5 things that we took away that we worked on, and we say we did the best we can. I think there's some valid points here. I don't think we're gonna get you can't get a partial COA. I'm not gonna ask that they rely on that. Yeah, we'll take care of the lights. I think we go back and we do what we can do, and we come back and, what do we have, 3 days to submit to you, Jeff? We'll get you something. We'd like to be on June, and we'll come back with some of the larger.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful if we can
heard about
really clear things.
Yeah, we can give you, I think what we're talking about is as being a more proactive BAR, because, this is a lot that we're throwing at you, and I totally appreciate, again, I want to just reiterate, I appreciate the position you're in, and we're not trying to make it difficult, we're just trying to make a particularly important part of the city better, or as good as we can get it. But I think that part of the thing that we've been trying to do more is give clear direction. So, like for instance, of all the comments that I made, I think I'll go back and, because sometimes priorities can get lost. You'd say your priority, the first thing, and then you end up talking about a light fixture, and then everybody starts, they spend the next 40 minutes talking about a light fixture or a screen up on the roof, and that, so maybe we can help prioritize. But again, my priority was the pedestrian nature and the entry on the mall. I think that's probably the most, if I had anything that I would love for you to push, just as this last push, because I think you're asking, where does this end? I mean, you've come so far. We're just like right there at the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
By the way, don't worry, we're sending you the CAD tomorrow. You'll be working on the upper. We're truly collaborating now. Each one of you is getting, okay.
Yeah, and for me, the only issue is that wall, and it sounds like you all are all over it, so, I mean, I think you're right there.
Yeah, there's a certain point when we just need to trust you,
Yeah.
you know? And as a designer, as an architect, I feel you and understand where you are. And yeah, I think, when is that for us, right? That's a question I have for all of us up here.
Yeah, and we can't micro design this. I mean,
Right. I
you
mean,
know,
I also
it's
think
not our
there's,
purview.
we also aren't required to come to a unanimous agreement, right?
That's true. I
Like,
mean,
I would support this as it's submitted tonight.
I would too.
So we can also take a vote and see where it lands, but if there's others, I don't want to speak for everyone up here.
I mean, it would be sort of trusting you to do, respond to some of the issues we brought up.
But we would have to.
It's kind of the thing that drives me crazy about this guy, because he actually wants to do more, and I'm trying to make it, like,
well, I mean,
we need to show so that we can get this approval.
Yeah.
But he wants to look at that wall, and he wants to look at that.
Well, that's great. That's,
Which
that's.
is, I think, to.
I mean,
his credit,
I
is
would
gonna
tell,
get to him.
I would take an approval and still commit myself to come back in June, showing the 4 or 5 things.
Well, if you're going to do that anyway, then why not defer?
Right.
No, because I could advance, because I can advance knowing that I have that, and I can advance a lot of other things. I mean, we're really, I mean, Nitin, who's doing construction documents, I mean, we're kind of frozen in going to that past CD, SD.
I mean, we could
Well,
potentially offer an approval with our condition that they bring that site retaining wall back to us.
I just want to caution, sorry, interrupt. Please don't start to develop CDs based on a COA. The internal discussions I've had, there are some zoning questions that have to be resolved, and I don't want to get into them. We're not making a determination about it, but I just want to really what I heard tonight was a lot of really close, some detail issues, some questions. I have some detail issues because I'm going to have to look at these building permit drawings one day and say it matches what the BIR asked for. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just get a little nervous when.
I think
don't.
CD is not really.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
we also have to run parallel with Marriott. And that's where we need to progress also. This is good enough information, I can start pushing it to Marriott.
So
That's what it is.
if I can offer back to you all some comments. These new materials, and I'm learning a lot. I look at the Verve and some of the things, and I'm concerned that how do these things turn a corner, and is that appropriate? I mean, that was a big deal at the Verve, at what happened in corners. Where were the joints? What did the joints look like? And for an entrance corridor project to get into that level of detail, I was stunned. So the visibility of this project, I want to make sure that the details are right, that the corners are right, that the joints are right, that things are, the design overall, I hear good things, but I know that what I'll hear about in 3, 4, 5 years is, why is that a 2-inch caulk joint there? And I am referring to our design guidelines. Our design guidelines are awfully clear about don't use thin set brick. We've used it, we acknowledge that. Don't use EIFS. We've acknowledged, we've used it. But we've seen, there are valid questions about what it's going to look like.
So we have an example.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to offer them some guidance in that I am hearing positive on this, but there are some details that I think I need to hear, or at least, or we take a break for a half hour and lay out, and write a motion that would be acceptable, but you're leaving me hanging a little bit, and I'm not entirely comfortable there.
Is there stuff you could do at staff level that? Well, no, I'm saying if the design, I understand that if the design is acceptable, but you're gonna look at how corners come together, we can bring you that when we get to detailed drawings. I mean.
I understand. I just learned long ago not to try and make a decision like this at 10 o'clock. I would be all for the BAR voting to approve this design, and in fact,
Carl, say, doing some of the homework that you and I were looking around trying to find things today, I saw things that the BAR approved with nothing more than about 4 pages of renderings. So it's not, out of the realm of possibilities. I think there are some small things in here that you asked about, and you can either say, make sure you do that, add lighting to the sidewalk, do something different in the back relative to that entrance, change some of the lighting, address some of the street trees. I mean, you can put those in there, or, you can, and I think you're gonna have to construct a motion that addresses. I don't have any problem with, I know, as a former builder, I know things move. That wall's probably gonna shift and a corner's gonna move 9 inches. I'm not gonna bring that back to you all for that. But when, suddenly the garage door is over on the other side of the building or thing, or the ephes joints change because it's something else is being used.
I'm gonna follow Jerry's, that we try to make it easy, we try to make it so why don't we defer, why don't we come back? We've heard 3 or 4 things that I'm now alarmed. I don't know what you mean by, you're gonna have to tell us exactly, if we're drawing sketches to show you exactly how things line up like we did with it, then we're gonna really have to get into it.
No, each of these products comes with information about
the spec and
how they turn a corner. But I learned a lot on the Verve, and I fell down on my knees and was so happy when they called and said, we're going with metal panels instead of ephes, because we went round and round on that. So I just want to be certain that we're clear on, this is a very visible project, and I think we can hide some things in some places around town. I'm not going to be able to hide them here. And and it's in the details, and it's in where, this, whatever this brick is doing, whenever it turns, if there's a cut sheet.
The building standing 10 minutes away from here, with the whole building with this brick. Go see it.
But there have been, I think to just.
It's got corners, it's got every element you need. These do come with the pre-manufactured corners.
I think to Jeff's point, though, there's been a ton of information thrown out there. And I also point out that while this has gone on for a long time, you guys have been very responsive. It's been a series of, hey, let's run this stuff by you. This is the first official, right?
It's the first time I've suggested you have something you take.
Well, this is the first actual COA application. Everything up to this point's been preliminary discussion.
Right. And the last comment that we were giving you was at a period where you were asking for our comments, but then there was no chance to really respond. So that's a timing issue that is more on you than us.
I think we're in violent agreement. Well, we're going to defer and come back. Jeff, I would just want to work and make sure, you're talking about some real detailed stuff that I would not want to be here next month and you still say, I don't really know these come together, members, so I'm, I could.
It's not a, I'm not asking something to be designed, but it's sort of like, okay, at this, I don't know where the pointer.
Yeah.
Pointing up there, where
Yeah.
there's 2 different colors, what is that joint? As it turns the corner, how does it joint? What's the reveal? We went into a lot of conversation about that at the Verve. What is that reveal?
I guess,
What's the depth
yeah,
of
that
it?
would be,
What's that detail?
What reveal would you be using for this stucco would probably be.
Can I just ask a general question? Like, when you think of what a building goes together, there's the sill, there's the jamb, there's the head, there's the coping, there's the door, there's the, how many details are we talking about?
Well,
Because-
all right.
But I'm just asking a general question.
I know,
Because
and
you
I-
have renderings that show brick, and
will
it
just-
shows turning a corner.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So that's his problem.
So I'm
because
gonna
I'm just asking a
respond.
general question.
No,
'cause
and
it's-
believe me, I'm with you, Bob. So I said, Can I state that the lines shown on the elevations and renderings indicate the locations of EVIS joints, EVIS control joints? I also asked, do the masonry panels require expansion joints? If so, we'll need those locations shown on the elevations. I can complete the staff report without those, but you should have something available for the meeting. So that's what I'm saying is, I know that's just two things, but I really liked the conversation, and I heard a lot of positive things, so I'm not worried about the approval. I just want to make sure that the things that you all said I'd like to see, if you want them, state them in a motion tonight and recommend approval. But if those were asking them to show them to you, then I think they need to show them to you. So, I mean, I'm not trying to interlope here, but if you want to vote for this thing as submitted, you are welcome to do that. But if there are things that you want, then include that in the motion.
Can we accept his deferral to?
You certainly can do that, but yeah.
Next month?
I actually prefer to show you what we plan on doing in response and die on the hill that we're not going to, rather than have something in a motion that I'm going to have to interpret 3 months from now that no one's going to know, add some light. I'd rather come back to, I'm just going to use example, Kate's point of these lights. I'd rather show this is what we plan on doing, and if you don't like them, we'll just debate it like we have with, and we'll just say this is where we stand. And I mean,
Case in point would be the sample panel at 600 West Main.
Right.
When it was like, well, what, and you, that first night I met you, you were like, what exactly are you asking me to do? And we were all like, well, I don't know, I wasn't here when they said that.
Right.
And it was.
Well, there was a difference because I was allowed to do a mock-up. I was allowed to get approval conditioned upon the mock-up, which was great because I was able to advance and actually do something in detail where it could come out. It was a lot of risk for me because they could say no, but at least it was like, we don't do that anymore. So we'll see you in June.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing to advocate for the design professionals here. This is a lot to ask. So this building is important, I get it. A masonry joint is something that you need to have anyway. Like but let me just finish this idea. Is the level of complexity and the level of pre-resolution of all these details is a really, really high ask. Now, I only want the joint and the masonry. There's 1,000 details that have to be worked out on this building. And so to the level of when you're trying to get a project through, this is just a general question I'm asking, process-wise, how far do you want us to take all these things? My next job, the next one that's coming to you, if it's an open-ended question about all these details, and that's part of the process, I don't know if I know that as a designer. I'm not sure the design community knows the extent of how far you're supposed to go. This is big picture concept, and it's about putting a building together that looks correct, and then the detailer has to figure it out. So I feel like you're asking for a certain level of resolution so that you feel comfortable about the details, and I get that, but there's also some things. How far can we take this as a community to design and get buildings built? How long is this going to take? It's just a general cautionary question about process.
And it's not for me, and I have dealt with the BAR as an applicant twice. I've dealt with the BAR as their staff for the last several years. These are things that they've asked me. So this is not, again, if they're fine with it, vote yes for it. But I know that we've asked for certain pieces of information.
All right, we're going to accept their request for a deferral. But Bob, I want to recognize your comment and just let you know that is something we've actually talked about this evening in our pre-meeting and even during the break, like earlier this evening. So I think it is something that we're aware of as a challenge in our process. I've actually talked to the group about like a process improvement committee. We want to see what that looks like. We may even reach out to design professionals in our community who maybe, I don't know, maybe you're up on there.
Sure.
But for real, I mean, because I think ultimately, we want the BAR to be a productive part of this process. Like, we don't want this to be where, and this is a great case in point, like, we've really, all of us, I think, worked hard on this to get it to this point, and it is right there. And so we all want the projects to be successful for the city, right? And so involving the community in that discussion, I think, is important, because we want to make this process work for y'all, for the design professionals, for the investors, for the applicants, right? Like, it does not need to be this barrier. I think it needs to be something that's more collaborative. So we are a bureaucracy, so we're gonna have to figure out how to make that happen, but it's something that I recognize as a need, and I think we all need to work towards it, so
But tonight we
appreciate
can
you.
give you a prioritized list, I think, as part of our.
Yes.
I would also want to say that the renderings are amazing, and I know you can just crank those out. But I also know they're probably really time-consuming and expensive to make. So, like, is it possible to accept, like, more, like, just 2D drawings about the things we're asking you for, right? Like, I don't think I need to see more renderings necessarily. I speak for myself, so.
I mean, you probably model all this anyway.
It's part of our process. It's,
Okay.
Just as easy, it looks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting to the right answer is
Right.
the hard part.
Okay.
Kate made the comment a couple months ago, we were talking, we really need a room with a smart board, and we go, that's what we mean, save it, and we move on. And this is with the 10th and Wortland, where it's, and maybe next year.
All right, so
Now we're all over the bench.
I move we accept their applicant's request to defer this. Do I hear a second?
A second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
So that part's official.
The house, the apartment next to it.
Do y'all, I feel like they have a pretty good handle on the things.
So do we need a list?
Do you have a list?
I have a list. Yeah.
We need to state it right now.
I think our best thing is put together ours,
Yeah,
get them to Jeff.
I think that's right.
Let
Yeah.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do something to get to
That's
that
right.
as soon as
I think that's a
possible.
great idea.
So
We can all go on.
Bob and Jeff, I think we've just had a quick sidebar. We're gonna put a brief bullet point list together of some of what we feel like are the major talking points. We'll get it to Jeff Werner so he can get it to you guys as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate a long evening. Thank you, guys.
If you want, I mean,
Can we shelve the?
my
other
office
business?
is probably risky to,
Client meeting tomorrow.
Kate, do you have that?
Sure, except I think that's fine. I'll say yes for most of it. I think there's been a request to defer the other business to our next meeting, or I'm happy to let folks go. The only one I would like to ask about is that I only thought there was one new National
There's
Register.
one nomination on Yorktown Road. The
Okay,
other
so
two
there's,
have been designated, we just want to share that.
so there's one on Yorktown Road. Did y'all see that, and were there any objections to add from our standpoint, or any commentary for the Thomas and Alina Hammond House for Yorktown Road? There's a brief letter that the BAR supports this nomination. I support it. I'm supposed to sign it, so I just want to get everybody to thumbs up. Good. All right. Roger, you're excused if you want to get going, buddy.
I'll stick around. I just,
No, I hear
for
you.
another half hour.
It's coming on 10:30.
I asked I don't need to talk about the nomination things. I think if you all wish to, you can. I think that it's very helpful for the city when something is being nominated to the National Register, that this body contribute its voice to it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know Rich Guy Wilson's been working with getting this nomination through. The other two, I just was going to let you know that they had been listed. Do you have a picture of that door? I had promised the folks at Martha Jeff that I would bounce this off of you. And while she's finding, I wanted to offer that relative to the tree species on the tree list, if someone comes in with a designed landscape, like it's something that
what the trees are and what, you know, it's not just something to fill in the tree canopy, then I would push back on saying you know, hey, as long as it's not invasive, you know, what doesn't matter if it's on the tree list or not. So I just want to let you all know that if there's a design, something. All right, so this is the Martha Jefferson House. It was built, I think, in the 20s, and then it was significantly altered in late 50s, 60s by Milton Brigg. The doorway here, if you go back up, so there's an inner door and an outer door. The outer door, two side lights, appears to be original. Then there's an inner door, looks like that was an alteration at a later date. This is a retirement assisted living facility. What they would like is to have an automatic, a door that can be open and closed automatically. They want to remove the door and side lights on the interior just to allow mobility for people. This is primarily for folks, visitors come and go. It is not an emergency egress. I don't believe the door, I suggested to them that if they wanted to replace something, a solid glass door, somewhat like we talked about at the courthouse, something that really sort of doesn't overtake that vestibule. Or just simply remove the side lights and everything, just put a new glass door in the opening. Again, 1920s building that was remodeled in the 50s and 60s. So I'm trying to...
I'm trying to understand better what was the original and what...
We don't, it's hard to
It looks
say.
like the side lights were minimized at some point. Look at how wide they are here. It's like they built more in.
And it looks like that fluted column is much wider than what was there before. So the fluted column is probably something Milton Brigg did.
Yeah.
Looks like his.
And I can tell you they need it. I have a friend.
his understudy.
I go to visit. And trying to deal with that
Two
door.
doors, it's a vestibule that they then didn't have an inner door, and that was added with the alterations. I don't know what changed with the outer.
Trim on the inside, which choked down the width of the side lights.
Are either of the doors original?
Original in terms of?
Or in the first period?
I have no idea. The inner door, for the original, for the 1920 drawings, there was no door inside the vestibule.
Well, they're
Inside the vestibule, there's no door.
Yeah, what you're pointing at there.
Seems odd.
So there's a side light with no door and then.
No, the door is open in these pictures, which is really confusing.
Okay.
Took me a while, so there's.
Interior doors.
If you go to page 200 of our packet, there's a panel door right there. It's a 8-panel door.
So if you are seeking comments, the side lights have been rendered worthless. I would say to the applicant, they can take that out, and it looks like that other piece of trim too that's now covering them, that can come out, and that would, you know, if they're looking to,
Well, they just want to replace the door, right?
They just want to replace a door panel, right?
Or do they want to replace the leaded glass side lights?
They
Right,
wish
so
to
So wait,
remove,
that doesn't have the fluted columns.
they wish to
Where is
remove
the
the side
columns?
lights and that door and do a
Was it
glass.
two different buildings?
No?
Well,
The fluted columns aren't here.
I think you're just seeing it dead on, so you're not seeing the
they look bigger.
No, go back to that other like aerial looking view.
He took those and sent them to me. the other
That
day.
view right there,
Yes.
those are fluted, am I reading it wrong?
I think you're reading it a little bit wrong.
Is that just the rabbit of the?
It might be,
Yeah.
man, that's a confusing picture.
Yeah, it's not a fluted column,
Tell
it's
me
just
it's
like.
like
You're
this.
right, it's just the way
Just
that angle was. The way that angle was, man.
James, they do have space for you.
they want this?
All right, so these
I wonder
sidelights
why I didn't
actually
have a
look
capital
okay.
on
Yeah,
the
they
base.
do. Yeah, it was just the angle, it looked, they're so deep.
So all I want is a door that is automatic.
Yeah, and I suggest, I think it's important to retain the side lights.
Yes,
What
I
happens
agree.
is they can't get the width and the mechanism, it's a heavy door, it's a heavy.
No, when you have those doors that have to open like that, you need X number of inches.
So that's where.
They do make a low-profile operator, I will just say. But anyway, but you don't really have a transom light.
They
so
probably
that's
have to make it wide enough for wheelchairs to go through.
So I don't want to be, heretical here, but it is I don't know how much of the architectural prominence of this is that it's Milton Greek, changed it around, or is this, it doesn't sound like.
It's, the front door is 200 feet away from Gordon Avenue.
That's the other thing.
So
Yeah.
I'm fine if they replace the doors
Yes.
with lights.
I think it's something that's 1920 building to start
Yeah.
with. So if it's documented,
I just don't know if we don't have any more information on this. We don't
well,
have
no,
any
I
visual
you do,
drawings or
and you will.
anything.
I'm not approving anything. I just want to,
Is this just a?
I get a sense for,
I don't think they even have an application.
they don't have anything, they just.
My answer is I need more information to make an
Exactly.
educated decision.
You didn't say to me that, no, that 8-panel door cannot be touched, it can't, touch. So, and then last
I'm
thing.
not saying one way or the other, honestly, right now.
I know that. And last thing I just want to say is that on, to be clear on some of what I'm pushing back on these materials, it is in our guidelines. And I also, I honestly am seeing a lot of problems with, the EFA stuff that's been approved on buildings around town. I'm not impressed how it's aged. Carl and I were having some discussion earlier today, when these interesting things that are on what's the building?
But how much say can we have in the?
What's that?
How much say can we actually have in the detailing and the materiality?
Now, I'm talking about, so your guidelines speak to durable materials, they speak to brick, they do say about identifying expansion joints, so that's all in your guidelines. And what I think is that, and if you guys want to go, but I just wanted to offer that I don't think in 20, 30, 50 years, you're going to see a building with EFS on it. You don't see EFS on the Willard, you don't see EFS on, on the big, I think we really have to have a conversation about these materials. And when I see these fancy panel things, when 20 years from now, one's broken and needs to be repaired, and I mean, you all might have a really good answer for it, but I just feel like the permanence and durability of the materials, I really question whether some of these systems have the longevity that we want to see. Look, if you guys don't want to be on the BAR, then don't be on the BAR.
What are you saying?
You're telling me I need to stop, I need
No, I just opened the drawer because it came,
Okay, all
I
right.
pulled it, and I was like, there's 3 different types of timers in here, I was trying to
No.
open
So
share that you
that's,
could
I
use
just.
them.
Mr. Warner, also in the next meeting, we need to make sure that we review the administrative COAs approved by staff, which is per code. We're supposed to be doing it every meeting, so we need to add that to the next meeting. You didn't get it to us
The
today.
administrative what?
COAs that get approved.
Also, can I, maybe next meeting we can talk about where we are with the bylaws?
Yes.
Yeah.
Haven't got to it.
We do have really great news, which is the reason I stayed. Breck does want to host our barbecue.
Yeah.
That's the most
But because
important
of his
thing.
travel, he asked that we submit dates to him right away, so do you mind doing that?
Yes,
And
I'll have you,
get dates from him
just
first,
ask
and
him
then
when he's willing to
people-
host. If he's willing
Yeah.
to host, and then we'll do it
Most
that
of
way.
us can do it, yeah.
Have you been texting during your
I did,
time
I
off?
texted during the
Oh,
meeting.
that's good.
And then I got it.
Yeah.
He was like, heck yeah. He was like, no hesitation.
Great.
So, yeah.
Wow, all right.
I think
All
we
right.
all want to be on the BAR.
So we're developing
Sorry,
a
what?
bullet point
I know. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we'll
I just-
adjourn.
It's an
Thank
email.
Thanks,
I
everyone.
was going to text
Hey,
him,
guys, just so you know, there's
but I
also
didn't
a
know
lot
if it
of
would be.
unapproved items